Oh, just a second, I have to click on this. Let's call this meeting to order at 5:34. Are there any public comments related to closed session items?
No, there's not, President Kendall.
All right, then let's recess to closed session next.
Thank you.
All right, let's reconvene this meeting from closed session. We do have a report out from closed session. So in closed session, the board voted 4-0 with 1 absentee to approve the unpaid leave for PE 2021-8. In closed session, the board voted 4-0 with 1 absentee to approve the unpaid leave for PE 2021-9. And the board approved 4-1 with 1 absentee to approve the unpaid leave for PE 2021-10. And then also in closed session by a vote of 4-0 with 0 abstentions, the board took action to approve an amendment to the terms of a previous settlement agreement, SPEL -1819-5, to include reimbursement for educational expenses.
Thank you, President Kendall. Could you just clarify the third item that you reported out on? It was 4-0 with 1 absentee instead of 4-1 with 1 absentee? Yeah.
They were all 4-0.
Thank you.
All right, so next up we have our patriotic exercise that will be led by Sienna Price. She's a student at Lincoln Elementary. So do we have Sienna Price here?
We're scanning to find her in the list.
Bruce, I see the name Fabiola and the word Price, or the last name Price isn't after that. It might be that because Fabiola is her mom.
Hello?
Hi, Sienna.
Oh, hello.
Are we able to turn on her camera? Does she have permissions?
Those should be coming now.
I'm Sienna and I go to Lincoln. I'm in 5th grade and I'm in Miss Sennett's class. I was told to come here, so my favorite thing to do at school is probably rewriting, but I like most of the subjects I get to learn about anyways. I also really wanted to share an experience I had at Lincoln, because I was told to. Kindergarten through 1st grade, I didn't want to try like anything new. But then in 4th grade, my parents urged me to try out for the basketball team. And I thought I would hate that. But I ended up loving that. And that really changed everything for me. I joined the Green Team. I'm co-editor-in-chief of The Roar, our school newspaper. I was in student council and now I get to do this. And thank you so much, by the way, for that. And I am leading the Pledge of Allegiance. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sienna. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice job, Sienna.
All right, great. Okay, let's move on to the roll call. Trustee Wong,
Here.
Trustee Reed,
Here.
Trustee Sarpangal,
Here.
and Trustee Mudd,
Here.
and Trustee Kendall's here. Okay, next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
All in
Second.
favor? Oh, second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and next up, the approval of the minutes from May 11, 2021 and May 18, 2021. Do we have a motion to approve these minutes, or is there some correction that needs to be made?
Make a motion to approve the minutes from 5/11/21 and 5/18/21.
Thanks, Lisa. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Kate. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next is public statements, and we have related to non-agenda items and then agenda items. And first, I'm going to read about public statements. So, public statements. At the discretion of the Board of Trustees, the public may address the board on non-agenda items and/or agenda items. If you choose to make a public statement, you will need to complete and submit the district's Google form for public statements. This can be found on the district website, www.burlingameschools.org. Click on District, then click on Board of Trustees, and the link to the form is on the right-hand side. So the moderator will call on you. Please note that your comments are limited to 3 minutes, and we will be limiting them to 3 minutes using the mute function on Zoom. The board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, and this depends on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. If your comment is on an item that is not on the agenda, then you will be asked to speak during the public statements related to non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. If your comment is on an item that is on the agenda, then you'll be asked to speak at the time of the agenda item. So right now we are at non-agenda public statements related to non-agenda topics. Kirsten, do we have any public statements related to non-agenda topics?
We do, President Kendall. The first up will be Hema Rice. After that will be Kathy Guglielmi.
Good evening, Burlingame School District. My name is Gemma Rice, and I've been through the Italian program at BIS, starting in 6th grade all the way through 8th grade and continued throughout high school. This program was fantastic, and I'm very upset that it was discontinued, and I hope you will reconsider bringing back the program and hiring a new Italian teacher. I took Italian at BHS through AP and had an Italian exchange student and got to learn more about my culture in a new and exciting way. I would have traveled to Italy this year, but I did not because of the pandemic. However, the program at BHS is so amazing, and creating an opportunity for people to enter the program from BIS would make it even better. The BIS program made me feel very prepared, and I will continue to study this amazing language in college. And I hope that the Italian program comes back to BHS, since it was so impactful in my life, and I'm sure will be in many others throughout the students at BIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma.
Next up is Kathy Guglielmi, and then Oksana Komarova.
Hello, my name is Kathy Guglielmi, and I'm here to express my concerns about the elimination of the BIS Italian program. I strongly disagree with this decision for a few reasons. One, I don't believe the BIS Italian teacher's resignation justifies the cancellation of Italian. The Italian program is a unique, high-impact hallmark in the Burlingame schools. This program deserves better scrutiny and community voice before being eliminated. As Gemma said, this was a really important experience for her and for future BIS students. Secondly, the board made a decision in March to eliminate one world language teacher at BIS. It did not explicitly say an Italian teacher. This reduction of teaching staff will reduce access to language classes for 150 BIS students. Students who traditionally enroll in Italian will most likely request other language classes. This effort to achieve budget cuts has unfortunately now created a scarcity problem. The question I ask is, should the scarcity problem be solved by putting it 100% on Italian students? Should Mandarin and Spanish students also take a proportionate share of reduced classes because of budget cuts? I'm here tonight to ask the district to explore creative ways to be fiscally responsible while also retaining high quality programs like Italian. We have over 1,000 signers on our petition, including former board trustees who vigorously support the retention of the Italian program. Currently, the district is actually hiring a language teacher. We would like the district to explore a dual language option. Could we hire an Italian and Spanish teacher? If the district does this, we'll achieve the following. Transition planning. This would provide a phase out for current BIS Italian students. 2, access to resources. We will retain Italian and then protect our partnership we have with the Italian consulate, who have historically supported the district with financial grants and classroom materials, including 21 Chromebooks just last year. And finally, it will give us flexibility. A dual language teacher would let BIS arrange class scheduling around student demand. I strongly encourage our district to hire a dual language teacher and strongly encourage you to engage the community to discuss the Italian program. Thank you for listening to my concerns and recommendations.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Next up is Oksana Komarova, and after that will be Anna Zepieri.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent, for the opportunity to speak with you today about the request to reinstate Italian elective at BIS. As you know, my name is Oksana Komarova. I have 2 students at BIS, one of whom is a 7th grader, finishing his 2nd year of Italian. It's been a class that was certainly a highlight of his experience at BIS. And we learned at the time when the electives were published that the program was no longer going to be offered. We were pretty disappointed to learn that such an impactful decision would be made by the administration behind the closed doors. However, being an open-minded person, I started the petition to reinstate Italian at BIS as an experiment to see whether our broader community felt that this long-standing elective was as valued as we did. As you know, over 1,000 voters signed our petition to date, and there is an outpouring of feedback on change.org that underscores how much our community values this long-standing program and wants to keep the elective at BIS. I think it's pretty clear that there is support and demand for this course to stay at BIS. President Trustee Kendall, you can imagine my surprise when in our correspondence, I learned that one of the key reasons to discontinue the elective was that the class was undersubscribed. Sure, Italian could be less popular than Spanish or Mandarin, but we have a similar dynamic in another fantastic electives program at BIS for music. So band and choir, for example, are much more popular than jazz, but we're not canceling the jazz program. So I'm here to ask the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent to engage in a transparent dialogue with our community to take a closer look into subscribership for Italian, not just looking at the curveball year during the pandemic, but in the years prior, where more reliable comps were available, and to collaborate with us to try and problem solve around how we could salvage this long-standing, clearly highly valued community program at BIS. We know it's been a tough year for all of us, and we understand that you need to operate with limited resources, but we ask that we look at how we can manage those resources available to BSD through various channels in a way that prioritizes quality and breadth of education, not just the numbers on the balance sheet. We want our voice to be heard, and we want our children's experience to be part of this equation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana.
Next up is Anna Zepieri. After that will be Elizabeth Carroll.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Anna Zepieri, and I'd like to talk about the Italian program at Burlingame Intermediate School. As the education attaché at the Consulate General of Italy in San Francisco, I want to underline the long-standing partnership between the consulate and the school where Italian is taught in Burlingame, specifically Burlingame Intermediate School and Burlingame High School. I think it's important to remember you that we've been able to provide specifically to the Italian program at Burlingame Intermediate School a new set of 21 Chromebooks plus a charging cart last year, and previously books and educational material and free training to the teacher. Unfortunately, materials are specific and only for the Italian program, so you must return if you close the program. The Consul General of Tona and I hope that you may reconsider your position and reinstate Italian at Burlingame Intermediate School. For instance, in the short term, you may consider hiring a teacher with multiple credentials who can teach Italian plus other subjects you may need, and will be happy to assist you in the job search. Last but not least, your decision is going to have a negative impact on the Italian program at Burlingame High School as well. So I think an interaction with the Burlingame High School district is vital before a last decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Next up is Elizabeth Carroll, and after that will be Patricia Matthews.
Okay, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Carroll, and I wish to speak regarding the decision to terminate the Italian language elective at BIS. Not only was I raised in Burlingame and a graduate of Franklin, BIS, and Mills High, but I have chosen this community again for my two children because of the exceptional public education the Burlingame schools offer. My daughter studied Italian at BIS, and my son is a sixth grader studying his first year of the language. We understand that budgetary reductions will affect the educational experience as we enter a dire phase of funding depletion. Yet Burlingame schools also need to increase revenue, which is tied to our enrollment. The multiplicity of our offerings in electives at BIS demonstrates vibrancy. Learning a language like Italian furthermore generates more creative and abstract thinkers. The Italian elective moves beyond the linguistic to cement the visual, cultural, and inspirational attachment in middle school students. I don't think it's an overstatement to suggest that such choice in elective study initiates the journey towards cultural literacy. This is part of the draw to BIS and simply living in Burlingame. Cutting the elective curriculum like Italian impacts our district's goodwill and reduces demand for our middle school. It is known that area private schools offer more academic opportunities. Yet BIS has provided so many choices, including multiple world languages. What will prospective parents think if we whittle away the abundance of choices which distinguishes BIS? Our district's financial issue is a difficult one that requires creativity. We need to have a long-term focus on attracting new families and driving revenue, not short-term solutions like cutting our valuable Italian program. In sum, what could be a critical next step? As Kathy Guglielmi and Anna Zippieri just suggested, hire an instructor who has competency in both Spanish and Italian to teach both electives. This is what demonstrates a robust curriculum, which in turn will remain a valued one offered to our broad community. Thank you for hearing my comments this evening, and we look forward to hearing your feedback regarding next steps on the BIS Italian elective. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Next up is Patricia Matthews, and after that will be David Baruto.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Ercoli Matthews. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of my granddaughter, Delphine, and I'm also here for all those students and their families who wish to continue with the Italian language study program at BIS, a program which has been unique, very successful, and well known and appreciated in the Italian community. We Italians are a proud and passionate people. I'm first generation born in America. I am dedicated to share the food, culture, traditions, and customs of my family and heritage. When I was honored to be Queen Isabella in 2017, my granddaughter Delphine was in my court. She attended the dinner dance at the Italian Social Club and rode in the parade with me in San Francisco with her brother and cousins. Delphine was thrilled to tell me when she began taking Italian at her school. When she learned of the elimination of the program, she contacted me, very concerned and deeply sad. I immediately reached out to the Italian community. This gained momentum with the Italian community on the peninsula in San Francisco, the information reaching the Italian Council. As I said, we Italians are proud and passionate. When we ask for support and gather together, the response is overwhelming and profound. You may have received communications from some of these parties, and many signed the petition. One of the tenets of the Italian American Social Club is to preserve and enhance our rich Italian heritage and culture by providing educational programs and activities. The club also provides many scholarships. I myself am an educator. I have been teaching French for more than 40 years in both public and private schools. I'm the mother of 4 and the grandmother of 5. In both my personal and professional experience, I appreciate the value of early learning of a foreign language for many reasons. With the sound of the language in the ear and the possibility of speaking at a younger age, and with continuity, success and proficiency are increased. I have followed the studies of Patricia Poole, a well-known linguist and neuroscientist at the University of Washington. Her studies elucidate this point. Early critical moments for bilingual language learning must be seized. This love of learning may grow with enthusiasm and passion. As educators, we understand that passion for learning is one of the greatest gifts we can give to our students. The foundation and passion for the Italian language can be nurtured and grow into perhaps years of study, which might lead to enhanced travel, or a study abroad program, or simply.
Thank you, Patricia.
Next up is David Baruto, and after that will be Carmen Chan.
Good evening, President Kendall, members of the board. I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said. I'm just going to echo it. Would really like to see the possibility of reinstating this really wonderful program so as at least not to strand these children after a year or 2 of study, and to be able to finish in that continuum through BHS, which is just such a wonderful program together. This program, if you have a world language teacher position available, it could be salvaged through some kind of hybrid model, dual language teacher, and we hope that at least that's under consideration. And lastly, and probably most importantly, the way in which this was done, the way in which it was cut, and I understand you had budget hearings in which this was potentially discussed, but there was no way to know that from those agendas. So the wholesale elimination of the program, really without telegraphing, was just a very poor communication process, as most of us found this out really through omission, it not being one of the electives that was available to us via email, essentially. That has created, as you can see, a tremendous amount of ill will. And for a lot of us, I mean, we are your biggest fans. We are the people who support this district and rally to it. And this is just incredibly disappointing. So please, please fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Next up is Carmen Chan, and then Annette Daughtery.
Hi, I'm Carmen Chan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the BIS Italian program. I have a 7th grader at BIS who has excelled in her Italian class this year. This is her first year with Italian. My daughter was excited about this foreign language when she enrolled into this elective, and her enthusiasm has continued throughout the year, even with the modified learning model. My daughter had planned to continue in Italian in the 2021-2022 school year with the intention to continue the language at BHS with their robust program. It has been a joy to see my daughter take interest in learning a new language, which includes learning a new culture and history. I want to express our family's frustration when we learned the Italian program has been discontinued for the new school year without a community discussion on its impact to the school curriculum. I'm thinking about my 2 rising 4th graders at Lincoln who will be entering BIS in 2 years, and for the existing students already 1 year into a world language program. There seems to be a lack of planning with regards to the 100+ students, and in particular to the 7th grade students that are currently in the program that no longer have a pathway to BHS Italian. My daughter now faces the challenge of getting a private tutor to continue Italian or starting over in Spanish or Mandarin. The latter path offers little way in the way of starting Italian 2 at BHS. More importantly, this adds to another course my daughter will have to take outside of the regular school time, similar to algebra. Why can't we look for a plan to bridge the students who are already 1 year into the program? Or as other speakers have mentioned, have we considered hiring a world language teacher who can cover both Spanish and Italian, since BIS is already on the search for a new world language teacher? We all understand the challenging financial times that we live in. COVID, changing demographics, and many other factors have changed Burlingame. However, I would have looked for transparency on the program changes with community discussions on why the program is in jeopardy before canceling the program entirely. This community is known for its resourcefulness, and a fundraising drive or contributions from the local Italian community could and still be an option rather than outright cancellation of the program. I hope that you will reconsider your decision on this topic, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Carmen.
Next up is Annette Dotery. And President Kendall, this is our last speaker on non-agenda items.
Thanks, Kirsten.
Unmute. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So good evening to the board members. I also wrote a letter and I want to state that eliminating Italian is the wrong move. Both of my children attended BIS and also took Italian at BHS. They did not know about the program until our neighbors spoke to them, and they were really excited about it. They wanted the chance to go to Italy. The program that was run at BIS was fantastic. At BHS, it was absolutely second to none. And my daughter went to Italy to study, and my son is hoping to go to Italy in March of 2022. I have to say, again, eliminating the Italian program is the wrong move. Our world is getting smaller and cultural beliefs are becoming more important. We need to stand up for our students. Eliminating Italian is not the answer. The program exists and it thrives at BIS and at BHS. And I would be concerned that people wouldn't start a new language with all of the pressures of college, trying to master a new language that late. Not going to work. I think that there are tons of solutions for solving this. And I hope this isn't one of those meetings where you let the community speak, let the parents speak, but the board's already decided and they're really just going to try to appease us with this conversation. I think that in the neighborhood and with these parents, we are the ones who donate and support the school. World language, getting a world language instructor with Italian as one of the requirements is really the only acceptable move. So with all due respect, I think the community needs to be brought into this decision. The consulate, I know, is available to help. And I think we need to keep this program alive and not with the cuts. So that's all I have to say, but I really hope this is reconsidered and seriously put into play. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Okay, so we are at the end of our public statements related to non-agenda items, and the statements that are related to agenda items will occur at the appropriate time during the agenda. So this brings us to item number 12, the union statement from the Burlingame Education Association. I believe we have Kathy Castle. Hi. I think you should be able to unmute and, oh, there you are. We can't hear you. I think you're still muted.
I do this in my classroom too. It's amazing.
Great job.
Hi, my name's Kathy Castle, and I am very fortunate to be a first grade teacher at Roosevelt. I understand that this may be the last time that BEA is able to be a part of an official board agenda, both to celebrate successes and to bring concerns to light. Tonight, I'd like to give you an idea of what it means to be a Roosevelt Bear. At At Roosevelt, staff and students use design thinking across the curriculum, taking on problems, collaborating to find possible solutions, testing our solutions, and improving upon them is the Roosevelt way of life. During the past year and a half, we've applied the design process over and over again as we looked for ways to solve the many challenges of the pandemic. Here are a few highlights. We found a way to serve our academically neediest students by bringing them back to campus as soon as we could, when vaccinations were just an idea on the horizon. We brought students back in a challenging hybrid learning plan and relied on our PLC work to make sure that their time on campus addressed essential standards and moved learning forward. We welcomed everyone back to high flex learning and relied on our classrooms and playground are now filled with students who handle socially distant play and learning with enthusiasm and such joy. We had Founders Day virtually and were able to celebrate 2 years of wonderful parent volunteers and outstanding colleagues. We're exploring new ways of teaching math that will encourage our learners to become true mathematical thinkers. We're keeping Roosevelt traditions alive with last week's reimagined Science Olympiad, as well as our upcoming Egg Drop, Create-a-thon, Teddy Talks, and 5th grade promotion. And if I had unlimited time, I could name many more of the successes we've had in the face of the unexpected adversity that the pandemic brought to all of us. Instead, I'll leave you with a snapshot of a recent math class with my students. My class is exploring composing shapes using tangrams. Students are given a set of 7 plastic tangram shapes and must use those shapes to solve puzzles such as creating animals and buildings. So partway through our first day of using tangrams, I gathered my class and asked them to share their learning. One student said, "There is more than one way to look at a shape." Another child said, "Sometimes you have to turn them on their side or turn them upside down or even flip them over." One of my youngest learners stated, "It's like a Rubik's Cube. You have to play around with it a lot to get it right, and you can't give up." And finally, a child commented, "When you think you've tried everything on your own, you might need to work with a friend to help you figure out your next steps." Not one child said, "This is too hard. I can't figure it out." Well, Roosevelt's a small school, but all Roosevelt students know and all Roosevelt Bears know that problem solving takes time, patience, and a willingness to see the world from different perspectives. No one ever digs their heels in and says, "This is the only way." No one backs away from a challenge, disappears, and leaves the work up to everyone else. If you're a teacher wanting to elevate your students' learning, you find a colleague to give you new ideas to try. If you're a parent tasked with organizing a school-wide event, you step up and say, "How can we make this happen?" If you're a child struggling with a math puzzle, you collaborate with a friend. You push forward. You work through differences of opinion. You respect all ideas that are offered. You keep going. Teachers, parents, and students at our school will always take on a challenge by saying, "It is possible," and will work hard and persevere to get the job done. We strongly encourage the school board to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Okay, next up, we have the statement of the principal. I believe this is Laura. Yeah, hi, Laura Afshar.
I have a few items to share out on behalf of the principals. First, I want to thank our families, our students, importantly, and also our teachers for all the work that went into completing our state testing. It was our first time working through remote state testing, and the process was amazing. I was so proud of our students, and it was incredible to use a platform in the way where we could see them working and connect with them whenever they had questions. And I just appreciate how the community came together so that we could work with our students in that regard. We are excited, and we will learn more about this later in the meeting, about completing our language arts and our history social studies adoptions. And I want to acknowledge and thank Bruce Duncan and the committees who coordinated sessions and carefully considered all of our options. It was quite an achievement. We are excited and preparing for our new furniture deliveries over the summer to update our classrooms. And we have lots of excitement on campus for our end of year celebrations, and especially for in-person promotional events. We want to thank our incredible volunteers that supported programs remotely through the year, our student councils, our PTAs, our BCE programs, and very importantly, our recess supervision teams. I'm very grateful for our volunteers there. Our open house was greatly appreciated. Our teachers worked so hard and thoughtfully to help students share their work virtually. I heard from many families at Lincoln who enjoyed the ability to move reflectively through student work at their own pace and to go back and rewatch and just spend time speaking and talking to their students as they move through the work. I also want to acknowledge the positive tone of students on campus who are just still so appreciative of being able to spend time together and appreciative of every aspect of school. I want to thank our parent and community members supporting our needs for substitutes. Last week, we had City Council member Donna Colson come and sub for Ms. Glover's class, which was really fun, as I had taught her daughter 10 years ago. So it was fun to reverse roles there. I know Mayor Emily Beach is also in our ASOP system, and I'm excited to announce that I got my sister-in-law signed up to sub next week. So we are bringing our community members in. And to close, I just wanted to share a quote that I've carried very close to me throughout this year as a Lincoln Lion. Courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is a little voice at the end of the day that says, I will try again tomorrow. And I have held that so close to me this year. And I want to say, whether a lion, a bear, a wildcat, a bulldog, a falcon, a hawk, or a Trojan, thank you to every heart in our community that rose up to try again each day through this incredibly complex time. Our students are stronger for the collective efforts of our teachers, our staff, leadership, our volunteers, and our community. And we wish everyone a well-deserved rest and rejuvenation this summer. We look forward to a familiar and certain in-person start to our 21-22 school year. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Principal Afshar. Next up, we have a statement of our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Marla Silversmith.
Good evening and thank you and welcome everyone to the board meeting tonight. Ed Services has quite a bit that we'll be talking about, so my statement this evening will be very brief. I just want to thank all the classrooms that I've wandered in and out of all week and the recess and lunches. It's been very magical to see cities being built and kindergartners talking to me about prisms and all of their traffic patterns, going to Teddy Talks, which will be happening later this week, to all the cityscapes and different components, our arcades being built. It's been really neat to see students working together collaboratively and having some great project-based learnings. And we look forward to presenting more information on Ed Services throughout the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. Next up, we have our Superintendent, Chris Mount Benitez, and his statement. Sorry about that.
I felt hard time saying it some nights too. Thank you, Trustee Kendall, and good evening, trustees. A lot on the agenda tonight, of course, our annual budget adoption for next year, as well as new materials, new educational materials in both social sciences and English language arts, which we were significantly behind on. And I'm really excited to see that they are being adopted so that we have current curriculum moving forward into next year. And then, of course, next year, a lot of folks have been anxious about science and math curriculum, and we're tackling that next year. So great bringing up to date our curricular materials and our instruction, exciting. Also, of course, the LCAP hearing this evening. So a lot on the agenda. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. We have some celebrations coming up as well, which are exciting, and we'll get to those. But I also wanted to point out what Principal Afshar just did, which is the volunteerism around substituting. And I'm going to continue the plea. I know that Assistant Superintendent Silversmith will as well. We need substitutes in Burlingame. It's actually, it's adding to some of our financial stress that we are struggling to get qualified substitutes into the classroom. So if you are a parent or a retiree or a local community member that maybe doesn't have children but is interested in working on an as needed basis, it's completely voluntary which days you work. You need a bachelor's degree and we can get you certified as a substitute for the district. And you can even limit yourself to which schools you want to work at. We are trying to put together any kind of matches to make sure that we have the substitutes that we need for our teachers to be out for professional development or or sick leave. And we also next year are looking for classroom aides. So if you just have an interest, maybe not in substituting, but being there every day and helping out, if working with our children in the classrooms and their teachers gives you a lot of joy, we have those opportunities for next year. So please reach out. It's always really tough to get both of those types of positions filled, and we're working hard at it. Please contact Allison Bell in HR. That's my last PSA at the board meeting, but it's just we're seeing the results of asking our community to help out in that way, and we really very much appreciate it. So thank you to all of you that have volunteered. I know Principal Afshar highlighted some of them. It's great to see and hear that, and thank you all for doing that. So that's it. That's it for me, and thank you, Trustee Kendall.
Thank you, Superintendent Mount Benitez. And now we're moving on to statements of the board members. Trustee Wong, do you have a statement?
Yes. So I had the pleasure of watching, well, any of us could have, the virtual celebration of California Distinguished Schools. And BIS was one of those honorees this year. So congratulations to BIS. Because it was a statewide thing. It was fairly superficial, but I did see the name of our school scroll past really fast with lots of other names. So it was there. I saw it. I got to take a tour recently of BIS with the Vice Principal Brooke, and I actually have not met her in person before. So it was really neat to do that and talk to her for a while as we toured around campus. And it was great to see all the kids back and just, you know, to see where we've come through this whole year. It's just amazing. And of course, the campus looks gorgeous with more and more things being done with, you know, our bond money making so many incredible improvements. When I described to parents who no longer have children in our district what those areas look like between the finger wings, they cannot believe it. I said, one day you have to come back when campus is open and you can see it, because they just can't imagine. They're just so gorgeous. I also watched the McKinley Founders Day celebration. It was virtual, and got to see the parents and teachers who were honored this year for their service. And it's always great to, you know, appreciate people in that way. And they also took the opportunity, because Principal Torres is moving on to a different position in a different school district. And they also took the opportunity to say thank you to her for her time, her 4 years with McKinley, and to wish her the best of luck in her new position. And lastly, I just want to say that myself and a lot of us have received a lot of emails from our community in support of our teachers. And I was really happy to see that, because if you look in our agenda, the consent agenda, I believe, you'll see that there's an item where we're polling our community for their interest in supporting a parcel tax, which is really the only reliable way for us to use that for personnel in terms of funding. And those things just don't happen. Their success doesn't just happen. We always need parents to chair those campaigns and to walk around and convince other people in the city that it's an important thing to vote for. So if that actually looks like it's something the community would support, and if the district does push for that to put it on the ballot, I know we can rely on those same parents who've reached out to us with their support, and even asking us, how can we, you know, add to our funding so we have more, you know, funds to pay for our personnel. So that's how we can do it. And so I'm hoping that those same people who wrote to us, that you'll support the campaign and actually not just vote for it, but actually help us do it, because it's a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Trustee Reed.
Hey, everybody. It's great to see so many people here tonight. Lots of names of community members, parents, and teachers joining us for our last full board meeting of the school year, which is exciting. Just a couple of things before I get into my committee reports. I know a lot of you either personally from the school or the schoolyard, baseball fields, soccer fields, or various community events. But there's a lot of people, I think, on this call and just in general that still don't know all of the trustees. So I wanted to kind of reintroduce myself. because it's only been about a year that I've been on the board. But I wanted to just give a little bit of my background. I am the daughter of a fireman and a teacher. My mom taught special ed in high school, middle school, and elementary school, as well as 4th grade, and was actually the president of her teachers union for many years. I am also a parent, at least for one more week, of a kindergartner, 4th grader, and 6th grader here in Burlingame. And when our oldest first started at Roosevelt about 8 years ago, I actually left my 20-year career and dove headfirst into full-time volunteering for our school district. In those last 8 years, I've chaired many chili cook-offs, BCE galas. I've been on various PTA exec boards, BCE board, and a lot of different committees throughout the district. And then about a year ago, I stepped up uncontested to join the school board. Little did I know that that year would include a global pandemic and a looming budget crisis. So to say this year's been hard is probably an understatement, not just as a board member, but experiencing and witnessing everybody, my neighbors, my friends, everyone struggling to find different ways to work, many people taking pay cuts, losing their jobs, all of us trying to raise our kids through this and really just surviving. And our teachers are absolutely no exception, as they've had to bend over backwards to reinvent their own jobs multiple times while managing their own families during this pandemic. And like every parent, I witnessed this firsthand with my own kids and their teachers. I just want to make it very clear that I completely support our teachers and agree that they need to be recognized for everything that they accomplish every year, but especially this year. And honestly, if we could drain our entire bank account and give every penny of that to the teachers without consequence to the district, I would 100,000% do everything in my power to make sure that happened. However, we also are obligated to be fiscally responsible and remain financially solvent and in positive certification for 3 years. So we have to do everything we can, look at all of our options, and try to find the right balance between what we want and what we can afford so that we can ensure that our district remains one of the best in the Bay Area, despite our lack of state funding. I would like to really thank everyone that's taken the time to reach out to all of us over the last couple of weeks, like Florence mentioned. I really appreciate all of the various viewpoints that have been expressed. And I really enjoy hearing from people that are seeking the facts and the details to understand all of our challenges. Thank you to the people for offering support and all of the people sharing constructive ideas and thoughts with us and with Superintendent Mampanitas. I'm hopeful that with the impasse process, all of the parties can come to an amicable agreement that compensates employees the best way we can while still retaining the important programs and staff that make BSD a great school district and remain in positive certification with the county and state. From day one, I have put everything into BSD as both a parent volunteer and a school board member, even sacrificing time with my own family. And with 8 more years still left in this district, because I just have a kindergartner, my only motivation at this point is to continue to do anything I possibly can to help BSD thrive. So just wanted to get that out there. A couple of other things from a committee report standpoint. I was able to attend the DLAC meeting this month. And I just wanted to say that Diego has been doing some amazing things with this program. They're going to do a presentation next fall, but he's got so many new things being put in place to support our ELL community that I'm looking forward to you guys all seeing everything that he's done around that program. From a BCE standpoint, they're actually in their final weeks of fundraising to hit their 2.5 million. So there's a big push for these last couple of weeks. And then just a reminder that on July 1st, they go back to 0 and start all over again. So thank you to all of the BCE volunteers and everything that they continue to do to help support the district. I also had the chance to visit BIS in Hoover, and I'm going to see McKinley later this week. And it was just great to be on the campus, to see all of the kids back in class. Everyone's doing such a great job following guidelines. I know, Florence, you talked about that as well. I'm so impressed that we've been back for as long as we have. We, knock on wood, haven't had any issues. No classes have had to shut down, and we just continue to do everything we need to do to keep the kids in school. So a huge thank you to everyone for that. And then got to attend the Roosevelt PTA meeting and their Founders Day. They really came up with some creative ways to do it virtually this year, and it was really nice to recognize all of the parent volunteers and the teachers. And aside from that, just a big congratulations to everyone that is being honored later tonight, all of the retirees and award winners. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Trustee Sarpangal, do you have a statement?
Yes, thanks, Trustee Kendall, and thanks Trustee Reed for that great opening statement. I'll try as best I can not to duplicate too much of what you said, substantially all of which I agree with. And, you know, but to touch on just a few things that she did mention, you know, one thing that I do want to emphasize that sometimes gets lost, but I've been really pleased since I joined the board last year, just based on at least the observations that I've had thus far, that every interaction I've had with every member of the district staff, every other member of the board, I have yet to observe a situation in which people do not seem to be thoughtful. They aren't trying to act in the best interest of the overall community and the students as a whole, even if that may be not in their self-interest. And I think it's sometimes lost on people kind of that we're inherently faced with decisions that have trade-offs and no perfect solutions. And you know, the notion that there might be sort of any ulterior motives to anything, I kind of actually find a little bit perplexing, because one of what I've observed, and just kind of common sense wise, you know, Kate gave a good background into sort of who she is and what her background is. I was going to actually touch on that a little bit, less so for myself, but more for just the overall board of trustees, right? So Kate's already told her about herself, but you know, as a whole, you have current and former teachers comprising the board, family members of other educational professionals, people who are very generous donors to the community. I think one of the last public comments touched on the fact that we're the ones who donate. Well, it's kind of interesting. If you know, BCE publishes these things, and if you go to it, every single, you know, the board of trustees as a whole has donated above and beyond the recommended amount per student. If you look at the top of that donor list, by the way, you'll see Florence's name every year. She doesn't even have children in the district currently. Okay, so I want to call out the generosity and the dedication of the people who are working really hard, not just with their money, but with their time on an unpaid basis, and even sort of, you know, just kind of like putting emotionally, you know, ourselves all into it. You know, I can say that, interestingly, you know, we had some closed sessions a few weeks ago, you know, where some important matters came up. Every single trustee got on the phone with, I don't know, less than a couple hours notice, and spent a good amount of time discussing details in great detail. We had a follow-up meeting the next day because it turns out not just one, but multiple of us had problems sleeping because we're struggling with these very issues that people are bringing up. And people are very thoughtfully like trying to reach the best solution. And so I just really want people to understand that people take this responsibility really seriously, and you can see some of it, but you can't see all of it. And I'm just proud of what I've observed from the fellow members of district staff and the trustees. And we know that's happening in the classroom as well, with our teachers, with our principals, when we visit the schools, when our kids come home and talk to us. So we are aware of that, but just recognize that it's happening across the board. And so that's what I'll say about the trustees. I won't spend much time on me specifically, but just to address, you know, Kate shared a little bit about herself. One, you know, unfortunately right now we're dealing with, you know, some fiscal and financial issues. And for better or worse, I have spent the last couple of decades of my career in the financial services industry. And I think I have a pretty good sense of sort of what is sustainable and what is reasonable. But, so that sort of brings sort of some hopefully relevant perspective as it relates to financial discussions. Beyond that, on the educational side, you know, it's kind of interesting. I was reflecting back, you know, more than 15 years ago, I was doing my master's in education at university, and here are courses that I specifically took. leadership and civic responsibility, legal dilemmas and administrative decision-making in schools, AKA school law, school-based decision-making, school choice, IT in the classroom, research and education, strategic leadership of nonprofits. So that's just a snapshot of what we think and hope we can draw upon to demonstrate not just the passion we have for the important things that we're looking at, but hopefully also kind of relevant perspectives. And at the end of the day, we are trying to represent the community members, right? We try to govern on behalf of the community members. And so that starts with our overarching mission of trying to provide the best education for our students within the realities and constraints that we have. And then in addition, it also involves speaking on behalf of the entire community, not even those who don't have kids, right? Even though we may all have kids in the district, we owe responsibility to everything. And so we're trying to balance all these different things. And I'll kind of just mention a few sort of final things as it relates specifically to these topics of finances. We've mentioned in a number of communications that we really do appreciate our teachers. We would like to be able to pay them more. And we actually can empathize with the desire or ask to receive raises. I mean, we understand cost of living is there and going up and all these kinds of things. We're not oblivious to that. There is something that we need to balance, which is we have a certain amount of revenue and we are spending more than we take in on expenses than we take in as revenue. That has been the case and that remains the case. And you can look at Chris's budget presentations for the actual numbers, but we are literally running at losses, right? And when you look at the numbers, it's just tricky because we have limitations on the amount of revenue we receive. We have also things that constrain us on the expense side before factoring in any increases, right? Because we haven't agreed yet on a solution. So there's nothing actually baked into the budget. So keep in mind that the numbers that Chris and Heather are showing you are even before any increase at all. And even before anything, we're running at a loss, okay? And we're forecast to be insolvent, even based on like the current existing set of kind of like status quo, right? And to briefly touch on it, because a number of community members have asked me to try to explain this, because I think we've tried to in the past, but understandably, there's a lot of confusion. Education finance is complicated, right? But the short answer is people wonder, how can it be that we live in Burlingame and not have enough money to pay our very important educational professionals? And unfortunately, it's rooted in the way that we finance education, right? But remember that Prop 13 many decades ago changed the way we do that. So for the most part, we get the majority of our funding from the state. We get a certain number per student. We actually get less per student than many less wealthier locations or districts, precisely because the way school finance works in California is more money goes to the communities that are deemed to have more at-need populations. So when Burlingame is actually a wealthier community, we get less from the state per student than other places. So we start with too little overall. Then you look at it and say, well, how can it be that Burlingame can't afford it, but a Hillsborough or a Menlo Park can? Well, there's some slight differences. If you earn enough in property taxes, where the amount of property taxes you get is so high that it exceeds certain amounts, you actually have the ability to use the excess property taxes to pay for even more funding per student. As paradoxical as this sounds, in Burlingame, we do not have enough property tax relative to the amount of school-going children that we have for that to actually work in our favor, okay? So we don't get enough revenue there. Add to that, that because of Prop 13, there's a number of people and businesses or whatever it is that pay property taxes based not what on the current value, market value of their properties are, but based on some historical purchase price of those properties, okay? And so there are people who might voice displeasure with our funding, but may be paying only thousands of dollars in property tax per annum, while other people may be paying tens of thousands of dollars or more in property taxes for the same type of property, okay? So that reduces our ability to have excess property tax revenue, okay? All right, and as you know, generally speaking, people don't want new taxes. And I can't speak for everybody else, but I despite its flaws, I happen to vote for Prop 16 in the past election. It was not voted through by the general population. So every time we try to attempt to increase our revenue, it's a very difficult path, and it generally is tough to actually get done. On the expenses side, okay, and I promise you I'm almost done. On the expenses side, we have fixed costs. We pay substantially all of our budget in compensating staff. Most of that goes towards compensating teachers. As was published in some of our materials, every certain number of years, that goes up by a certain number of years because, yes, you know, people spend time, they get more senior and advanced in their positions, they deserve a higher salary, and so they naturally escalate that way. On top of which, we have benefits, including pensions, that effectively make what looks like, you know, the average salaries are about $50,000 to $100,000+ for teachers in our district. When you take all the benefits into account, the all-in compensation that each individual is earning, you've got to multiply by a factor of at least probably 1.4 times to maybe 6 to 8 times. Okay, so what looks like, let's call it an average salary of $80,000 when you factor in benefits and everything else, ends up looking more like, pick your number, but higher $100,000 numbers. So it's not just the fact that we have salaries, we've got benefits, and on top of that, the amount that the district has to contribute towards those retirement plans or towards unemployment expenses, or unemployment insurance, is going up. Our enrollment isn't increasing, it's actually at best flat and declining. So we've got one-time funds from the state, we've got numbers of students that are coming down, we've got expenses that structurally incorporate increases before we add anything above that. And this is what we're struggling with, right? So we certainly welcome constructive dialogue and creative ideas about how we might be able to bridge that and increase revenue, but it's a difficult thing. It involves discussions with legislatures and state government employees. It involves some even further concerted drive to increase the generosity of our community, which already contributes more than $2 million to our operating budget each year, okay? And we don't dismiss that generosity of everybody, right? But we may need more. So that's what we struggle with, right? And the public comments were centered around the BIS Italian program removal. Just to give you a sense of a very small microcosm of what we're talking about, okay? An undersubscribed, valuable, but less popular foreign language program needed to be adjusted. Well, you can imagine how much more difficult it would be to have that conversation to make even deeper cuts across positions, across programs that'll impact directly the education of our kids. And so, you know,
I think we're going to have to move on pretty soon. Just not to.
That's fine, but just to give you a sense, this is what we all struggle with, and we're doing our best to kind of like suggest creative ways to try to bridge that. But we are aware of the importance of everybody and the challenges that we're presented with, and we are working hard to try to bridge that.
Thank you. Thanks. And Trustee Mudd?
Hi. I'm going to try and be relatively brief. First, just thank you to everyone for being here tonight. I just want to address the current impasse in negotiations between the district and BEA and say that as a former teacher, I just want to tell you how deeply emotional I feel about this situation. It's weighing heavily on me, and I know it's weighing heavily on all the board members. When there are such deeply felt emotions around an issue, it's critical that we all operate on a shared fact basis. So I encourage you to stay on tonight because we're going to learn a lot. I've heard from many in the community about this. The questions I've heard are questions I've asked myself. How can it be with the amount of taxes I pay that we cannot afford a bigger raise for our teachers? Why are we funded differently than towns like Hillsborough? If we are the second lowest funded district in the county, what does that mean for the state of our schools and how can we get out of this? These questions will be answered tonight in depth, but I also want to highlight something else important. We should be very, very proud that despite systemic and historical funding issues, our schools are not just competitive, they are in some cases superior to those higher funded districts. We have our parents, our community, and most importantly, our teachers to thank for that fact. Our problem is money and not enough of it. There are 3 ways to solve this: stop deficit spending, pass parcel taxes, increase participation and donations to BCE. I hope that as the mediation process plays out, we can operate on a mutual fact base, working towards solutions and assuming the best intent. I don't think there's a single person invested in this challenge who doesn't want the best for our kids and our teachers and our community. I'll end by thanking every parent, every teacher, every administrator and student on this call for their hard work and deep care for our community. And for those of you who log off, because this is going to be a long one, have a wonderful summer. I hope everyone takes some time to just completely unplug and take care of themselves. Thank you for such an amazing year, and to the teachers for being so agile and brave and hardworking.
Thank you, Lisa. I have some interesting lighting going on here. So good evening, everybody. As you've heard multiple times, tonight we have a public hearing on our district budget. And I want to encourage you to read our board and superintendent statements. There's a lot of information in there. Education needs more funding. I say this both as a board member and as someone who's currently entering the field of education as a science teacher. So I know there is much concern around our budget as we're talking, and I encourage you to become involved at the local level. Florence talked about parcel taxes, state level, federal level, and advocate for increased education funding. And then I want to emphasize that the impasse resolution process has many steps. We are just at the beginning of this process. Burlingame is a wonderful community, and we've worked through so many challenging issues together this year. And then I also want to celebrate our successes. Like this past week, I was able to view open houses at both the elementary and middle school level. And it was so incredible to see how much work our teachers and students accomplished during distance learning. And then the BIS musical was a joyful event. They were outdoors, they were masked, and most of their audience was online, but still they performed wonderfully. And it was so heartening to see this step towards normalcy. I also attended the McKinley Founders Day and celebrated dedicated parents and staff who had put in so many hours towards helping their community this year. And then next year, BIS students get to graduate in person. So I think it's important to celebrate what is positive happening right now as well. And then I also attended a webinar with district staff on returning to in-person board meetings in a post-COVID world. So while Zoom has been a powerful tool this past year, I'm very much looking forward to returning to our boardroom and leaving this screen behind. So with that, I think we can wrap up the board statements and move on with our agenda. So next we have the consent agenda. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thanks, Lisa. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Kate. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, let's move on to item 8.
Whoops, hold one moment, trustees, if I may. Thank you for approving the consent agenda. I did want to take a moment. We do have a guest that I would like the trustees in the community to meet briefly that was included in consent. And so I don't know, Kirsten, if you're able to find Amanda's feed. I can't actually see it on my interface, but I would like to be able to introduce our new CBO to the trustees, and that's Amanda Bonavert. Amanda's coming down to join us starting July 1 from Siskiyou County, and she is currently in the CBO role in the Shasta district. She also has a bachelor's degree in public administration, and the School Services of California handled the recruitment for a CBO for the district. It was an extensive process, and Amanda was one of the few that were invited after interviewing with numerous constituencies in the district to interview with me personally, and her energy and enthusiasm, as well as her ability, since she's worked her way up through working in public schools, her ability to work in multiple facets of the business side of education, everything from grants and finance to operations and grant management from the fiscal end, and bond was just an exciting opportunity. She's going to bring an energy to our team and an enthusiasm that I'm really excited to have, and can't wait to get her with us in July. And of course, that will mean that we have somebody handling the CBO responsibilities full time, which is great. So I'm really excited to welcome Amanda, and I just wanted to give Amanda a moment to introduce herself to the board and to let you know, Amanda, that we're so excited to see you.
Good evening. Thank you. And thank you, board, for this opportunity. I am looking forward to joining the Burlingame School District team on July 1st. And I can't wait to meet everybody. Everyone I've talked to so far has been so kind, and I'm really looking forward to this opportunity. Thank you.
Welcome, Amanda.
Welcome.
Can I also just, can I real quick just also just say, I wanted to thank Heather for stepping in after Gabby had left. And, you know, it's not easy to sort of step into, you know, out of your comfort zone and take on that kind of responsibility, and to have the humility to not, you know, try to politic to sort of like, you know, put yourself in another position, and to step up when your name is called, and to kind of stick, we appreciate kind of sticking on also as kind of director of, I think, budget services, business services. And so really appreciate that as well, and looking forward to working with both Amanda and Heather going forward.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Sarpangal. So thank you so much for sticking around with us, Amanda, to be introduced. Excited to see you in a few weeks. I know you're in a big transition, getting yourself and your family relocated to join us, and we're excited to have you here. And I know it's been a lot of information. You're probably watching the board meeting going, oh my goodness, it's a wonderful place. We have our challenges that we're hammering out, as I'm sure you've heard already. But it's going to be an exciting and engaging place for you to work.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Great. Well, welcome. And thank you for joining us for a little bit this evening.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to item 18.1 in recognition of our Director of Dining Services. Who is speaking for this?
Superintendent Mount Benitez, I believe, was going to introduce Director Rivas and her team.
Yes, I'm just pulling up. Sorry, things are moving a little slow on my interfaces here. Here we go. So trustees, one of our recognitions this evening is the recognition of Erica Rivas and our nutrition services team. And the reason that we're doing that this evening, there's one technical reason that we're doing it, and then there's an additional reason, which is just a personal thanks from the district. So Our rationale this evening is, of course, Erica Rivas, who many of you know is our Director of Dining Services. And with our partner Chartwell's, she was recognized this year by Food Service Management Magazine as a food service hero, as innovating and serving everybody in the community in a very difficult time for an extended period of time. And frequently, because of the financial constraints caused by COVID, doing so either single-handedly for our entire district or with a very limited team that she was able to call back. She did so with the support of our now head of HR, Allison Bell, who actually has always managed that relationship between food service and the district, because she manages a lot of the lunch applications and workflow. And I just want to personally say, so Erica is a wonderful asset to our district. She contracts through Chartwell's, obviously, but her dedication to the district, her experience and her background in hospitality, which I totally relate to that on because I grew up in a restaurant family as well. And Erica just brings that passion and enthusiasm, and she just seems to make the most out of every difficult situation for us. And it's just wonderful to see it not just recognized by us in appreciating her, but at a statewide level during a very difficult time. So we wanted to recognize and thank Erica this evening, as well as her chef, Beatrice Salazar and Melissa Salas, and of course our driver, Raquel Chakopoulos, Juliana Herrera, who helps with prep, and Maya Elgareco that works with prep, and Marina Tharp, as well as Rodolfo Pineda. And Erica, we really appreciate your help and all of your contributions to the district, as well as the recognition that you've received. It's very well deserved. So thank you very much. And Erica, if you're there with us this evening, and if we can find you and your team online, that would be great if you'd like to say anything.
Superintendent Malpanitas, I do not see Ms. Rivas on here.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Trustee Kendall. And that'll be it, is the recognition item.
Hey, and thank you to Erica Rivas. That's wonderful. So next up is item 18.2, recognition of our retirees. Ms. Bell.
Evening, trustees. I would love to share my screen with you. So give me 1 second. So traditionally in the Burlingame School District, we like to recognize and honor our retirees, and we like to thank them publicly for their service and time and dedication that they've had. Part of that tradition is a glass bowl that you see here, which happily is named the Happy Bowl. It is Burlingame blue. So all retirees will be receiving one of these very coveted bowls, as well as certificates of recognition from Congresswoman Jackie Spear, as well as a certificate from Kevin Mullen. And these will be coming to you in the mail in probably about July. And like I said, traditionally, we love to recognize them. And at this time, I would love to introduce to you all the class of 2021 retirees. Bruce Duncan, Director of Innovation, Teaching and Learning, 4 years with the Burlingame School District. Stefania Schaefer, BIS and McKinley Elementary Teacher, 13 years with the Burlingame School District. Lori Sullivan, Program Specialist and 14 years with the Burlingame School District. Linda Hauer, Washington Elementary Teacher, 17 years with the Burlingame School District. And Grace Villaflor, District Office Secretary, 21 years with the Burlingame School District. And Lisa Jaffe, EL Specialist, 26 years with the Burlingame School District. And last but not least, Lisa Happich, Lincoln Elementary Teacher, 27 years with the Burlingame School District. At this time, I believe there are people that would love to speak on their behalf. And Kirsten, you have that list?
Yes. First up will be Marla Silversmith on behalf of Bruce Duncan.
Thank you, board, and Allison for that great slide deck. It is my distinct honor to be speaking about Bruce Duncan tonight. Bruce joined the Burlingame School District 4 years ago after a long career of being a 5th grade teacher, a music teacher, a support person at the New Teacher Center in Santa Cruz, San Mateo County Office of Education, and numerous other jobs. Bruce brought to Burlingame a love of innovation, a love of building and learning and growing together, maker spaces, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation Grant, and many other opportunities for us. He will be greatly missed, but he will be spending some time after a short sabbatical with his 4 kids, traveling the world, his grandkids, his wife Concha, and his dog Coco. Bruce, you will be greatly missed by Burlingame School District and especially the Educational Services team.
Thank you, Marla. Next up will be a couple of teachers, Amy Strang and Lindsay Mitchell, on behalf of Stefania Schaefer.
Hi, it's just going to be me tonight. Lindsay graciously let me have the floor as she got to speak about Stefania at our McKinley Founders Day. But thank you for having me tonight. It's my honor and joy to speak about Stefania Schaefer. The first time I saw Stefania was when many of us got to see her. It was the day before school started in 2015, and she was up on the stage at the BIS auditorium in front of hundreds of her colleagues to give a motivating, inspiring district-wide speech. And she spoke with confidence and grace and humility. Unlike myself right now, I'm so nervous. And from then on, she was like a celebrity in my mind. Who knew that years later, our paths would align when she became a 3rd grade teacher at McKinley. Yes, a few years ago, after many years in middle school, she left her position at BIS to venture into 3rd grade, and I lucked out as her teacher next door. Everyone in the hall gets to hear Stefania enthusiastically and lovingly greet her students each day, and she greets her colleagues with that same authentic hello each morning. Stefania puts Mary Poppins to shame with her magic bag with all of her endless creative ideas. The mind of hers just never stops, and her classroom lessons center around engagement, creativity, and of course the standards. As a teacher, if you were to walk into room 9 with the look on your face saying, "Help me," Stefania will instantaneously go into the stream of consciousness of so many inspiring ideas. It would make you wish you had brought your notepad. Even if it's right before the bell rings or if she's in the middle of something, she will offer the generosity of her time and the ease of her genius to help out a coworker. So Stefania, like a lot of us, but she learned a whole new way of teaching this last year and she nailed it. The reason she was so successful in distance learning and distance teaching was connecting with students remained at the heart of her practice. Creativity and resourcefulness remained the foundation of her lessons. She always found a way to organize and teach her online classroom so it was just as effective, meaningful, and engaging as in-person teaching. I'm almost done. It seems like she's been teaching 3rd grade for years. I've learned so much from her. And up to the very last week of her career, she has infinitely cared about her students and their successes. A couple years back after school, I would be walking down the hall after most of the students got picked up and I would be exhausted. And I would look in her classroom and see her sitting at the table working with a student who believed that he couldn't learn how to read. And more than helping him learn to read that year, she showed him that she cared and believed in him. And just yesterday, she told me with such pride and excitement, breathing me, how one of her students this year, new to speaking English this year, has climbed 2 grade levels in reading. And that's just huge. So Stefania's dedication to her students' success and love of learning is limitless. I'm going to skip some of this, it's too long, but she's had a successful career in corporate America. She's been a middle school language arts teacher. She's a published and really good author. The road Stefania is traveling has been full of twists and turns, and it has countless successes. And I know these last 3 years at McKinley, Stefania, are just a fraction of your remarkable career, but they have been invaluable. You've made an everlasting positive impact on all the students who will always remember you fondly as their 3rd grade teacher. And let's see, let me just skip to the last line. Well, you'll be very missed asset to the Burlingame School District. We know you'll be using your magic to slow down time and make the most of it. Once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next up, Marla Silversmith on behalf of Lori Sullivan.
Thank you. For those of you that might not have ever had the chance to meet Lori Sullivan is our loan program specialist for the Burlingame School District. She was born in Missouri, married the love of her life, David, and they traveled extensively for years and ended up in San Francisco. She came to the Burlingame School District as a speech therapist and then stepped into the program specialist role. One of Lori's main jobs was meeting our 3-year-old incoming families and helping that transition from a regional center to a school district. Her thoughtfulness, her compassion, her kindness with families always sticks out. Whenever you go anywhere, people will say, "Oh, I've spoken to Lori Sullivan about it." So we were very, very lucky to have her. She's going to be enjoying retirement with her husband and her dog and living close to the ocean. Lori loves to cook, and hopefully she will be doing a lot of home cooked meals and enjoying that time. Lori, thank you for your 14 years of dedication to this district and to the students. You'll be greatly missed.
Thank you. Next up is Jana Carrington on behalf of Linda Hauer.
There we go. Can you hear me and see me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right. Linda Hauer has been an active part of the Burlingame community for over 30 years, first as a parent at Washington and for the past 17 years as a teacher at Washington. She has worn many hats over the years: room mom for her 3 sons, PTA president, a member of countless committees and fundraising carnivals at Washington. She was a member of the BCE board, planning many fundraising events for them as well. She spent 5 years teaching at Village Park Preschool, where she went on to get her teaching credential when her sons were off to college. She started and ended her elementary teaching career at Washington, continuing to wear those many hats. I have had the privilege of working with Linda in first grade for the past 5 years. Many staff members have said that Linda was the first teacher to give them a warm welcome when they arrived at Washington, and my experience was no different. She cares deeply about each and every member of our Washington family, thoughtfully asking about our well-being and remembering the goings-on in our lives and families. She is always the first one to buy the cards for those that need support or to celebrate a happy occasion. Linda is honest and open, with the uncanny ability to ask thoughtful questions at just the right moment. She constantly strives to better understand her responsibilities, to do the best that she can for her students and colleagues. In fact, it has become a bit of a joke during staff meetings, and next year we won't know how to fill the silence when Kristen asks, "Does anyone have any questions?" And while she keeps us all on our toes with her questions, she also is a source of answers. She remembers everything. And I am sure all of us at one point or another have gone to Linda seeking answers, which she happily provides. Her knowledge of all things Washington is unparalleled and appreciated, especially when there has been a transition in leadership. While Linda is many things, she was, up until 15 months ago, not very tech savvy. She would be the first to admit that she had a huge learning curve last spring, navigating new platforms and technology using the Google to find answers. But she embraced all the technology obstacles with grace, a sense of humor, and maybe some colorful language along the way. Finally, and most importantly, there is the love of her students. Linda has nurtured and inspired over 400 children in her time as a teacher in Burlingame. She is dedicated to ensuring that all students in her class get the best possible education, continuing to support them and their families long after they have left her classroom. She will always have a special place in the hearts of her students, their parents, and her colleagues. Thank you, Linda, for your dedication to our Washington and Burlingame community and for being a dear friend.
Thank you. And I get the honor to recognize Grace Villaflor. Grace has been a part of the BSD family for 21 years. We will miss her at the district office, that friendly good morning when you walk in every day. In my 10 years here, I don't think I've ever seen Grace in a bad mood. She is always friendly, upbeat, and has a smile on her face. She is a selfless person and always willing to help. She's one of those that puts others first, especially her grandkids that I'm sure she's excited to spend more time with. I believe she is lucky enough to have 5 grandkids, and the youngest, River, lives with her, and she is always eager to show pictures and videos of something new he is doing or trying. The latest was eggplant. He actually loved it. I was surprised. I'm going to miss those videos. Grace, please know how much you'll be missed, but we wish you the best in your next chapter of life, and I'm glad to see that you're retiring young enough to chase River around. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. I just want to thank all the retirees, Bruce, Lisa, Linda, Stefania, Lori, and Grace. Thank you all for your service to the district. And Lisa, just getting to know you, it's tough coming in as the new superintendent during a year where most of our experiences are virtual. Lisa has been somebody who I've enjoyed engaging in conversations with and visits with, both virtually and at her classroom. Also, Grace, definitely a touchstone of the district office over 21 years, and a familiar face that not only is smiling, but has a habit of making me laugh first thing in the morning. She enjoys doing that. And Grace, you'll be missed a lot. I also want to point out, in a year where it's been tough to have individual connections, the first person I met in the district this past July, it was vacation time. There weren't a lot of people around. I was starting new. I was told we had some difficult budget problems to work on, which I was already looking at, but also we had a looming COVID situation, and we had not necessarily filled out all of the plans that we needed to, and it was a little bit of a stressful time, is what I'll describe it as a new person to the district. But I met a teacher in a classroom as I was touring school sites. My stress release at that time was actually going, even though they were mostly empty in the summer, going to school sites and getting to know the school sites and walking around schools. And I met a teacher that was there, even though the schools were mostly closed, and actually met Stefania Schaefer. And she was the first live person that I met outside of the district office. And just the welcome and the enthusiasm and the kindness of Stefania. And I've stopped back frequently and maintained that connection. And was so saddened to see her leave at the end of my first year. I know she's excited to play tennis with her husband and continue to write. And she and I just both are very enthusiastic about teaching children to write. And it's clear how enthusiastic she was, but also just such a wonderful presence to welcome me in a time where every building and every room seemed empty. I'll never forget that. So to all of you that are retiring, congratulations, well deserved. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Superintendent Mount Benitez. We have a couple additional speakers that wanted to honor a couple of the retirees. Diego wanted to honor Lisa Jaffe.
Hello. Well, I hope everybody can hear and see me. I'm a horrible public speaker, so I'm going to be very brief, but I want to take this opportunity to thank personally Lisa for all these years of dedication. Not only to thank her as a colleague, but also as a person, because as myself, I'm a second language English learner, so I have a very strong respect for what she did all these years. So Lisa, if you're hearing this, I hope that you enjoy your retirement. Thank you so much for all these years of dedication to working with English learners. I hope you, again, I hope you enjoy your retirement, enjoy your family, enjoy your friends, and explore all your passions now that you're going to have extra free time. So thank you so much for working with me all these years, and thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Diego. And next up, for our last retiree is Becky Glover honoring Lisa Happich.
Okay, can everyone hear me? You can't see me, Lisa, but you can hear me. I'm Becky Glover, and I am speaking in behalf of a very dear friend, Lisa Happich. Lisa, you'll be happy to know that John and I have the Giants game on in the background. If you don't know that, she's a diehard Giants fan. The very first time I met Lisa was 33 years ago. She and I were both about 10 and 15. No, not really. She was playing a violin in the Redwood City production of Fiddler on the Roof. She was student teaching at Taft School in Redwood City, where my husband John was teaching. And he kept talking about this wonderful student teacher. Anyway, at the very first note on that violin, she captured our hearts. 6 years later, we were lucky, Lincoln School was lucky enough to have her join our team. She has taught at Lincoln for 27 years. During that time, she and her beloved husband, Stan, were raising two sweet girls, Madeline and Camille, who were also Lincoln Lions, just like their mom. I was then lucky enough to teach those amazing daughters. And let me tell you, she was a wonderful parent as she was a teacher. I'm gonna not cry, Lisa. When you look up kindergarten teacher in the dictionary, or in today's world, Lisa, if you Google kindergarten teacher, Lisa Happich's name will come up. The word kind is in kindergarten, and Lisa is one of the kindest people I have ever known. When you walk in her classroom, she's leading her little friends in song, or is teaching a story, or she's teaching about birds, all in a calm, loving, creative way. I am truly amazed by this amazing teacher. Another word found in kindergarten is the German word for garden. Lisa brought our school's garden to life. It was a dream of hers, and now today, our dandelion garden has become this beautiful learning place that it is today. Just as she cultivates learning in children, she cultivates seeds to grow in our garden. I don't know how she does it. I have a black thumb. She has this amazing green thumb. Through challenging times personally and professionally, Lisa has persevered. She takes care of children and she takes care of her teaching teammates. Lisa, my friend, you have earned new adventures in this new chapter of your life, and we hope this chapter in your life is filled with excitement and calm and time with your girls and your grand kitty cat. You knew I'd have to mention the cat. Lisa, thank you for being such an important part of the Lincoln community. You will be missed by so many. And Lisa, thank you for being such an important part in my life. I love you, my friend. Congratulations on your retirement. I will miss you so much, but I know that when it comes time to help teach garden, I can just text you. Love you, honey. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. President Kendall, that was our last speaker for retirees.
She got me choked up on that last one. Oh, that was wonderful. And thank you so much to all of our retirees. These are incredible people, and you will definitely be missed. Thank you for all of your service. Really appreciate you. Okay. going to go on to the next item on the agenda, more recognition. Item 18.3, the presentation of the H.J. Burns Award. And I'm going to be the one presenting on this topic. So first I'm going to read a bit about what the H.J. Burns Award is, and then we're going to give it. So in the latter part of each school year, the Burlingame School District Board of Trustees grants the H.J. Burns Award to recognize volunteer service in the pursuit of educational excellence in the Burlingame schools. H.J. Burns, for whom the award is named, served as a board trustee for 24 years from 1945 to 1969, the longest serving term for a board member in Burlingame. Mr. Burns used his intellect and considerable verbal skills to keep his fellow trustees focused on district business and away from local politics or matters which he considered not relevant to education. Mr. Burns, who died in 1981, served in World War I, has studied to be a Jesuit priest, and was the editor of the San Francisco Examiner pictorial section. Mr. Burns had 3 children who attended Burlingame School District. His granddaughter, Tara Pratt, returned to Burlingame and also sent her children through the Burlingame schools. She too contributed a great deal to the district. The recipients of the award are chosen based on, number 1, their service to the district at large for a substantial period of time. Number 2, their positive impact on the education of Burlingame school children. And number 3, their demonstration of leadership skills on behalf of Burlingame students. And now, we would like to present the H.J. Burns Award to Davina Drabkin, who served 11 years on the board, and Kay Koski, who served 7 years on the board. We are grateful for their many years of service and are happy to celebrate with them this evening. We'd like to take a moment to describe a few of the many board achievements that occurred during their joint tenure. So during their time on the board helped guide and implement a comprehensive facilities program. It purchased and reopened Hoover, built new classrooms at McKinley, Washington, Lincoln, and BIS, modernized classrooms, and also across the district to provide state-of-the-art facilities. The board expanded learning opportunities for all BSD students with standardized curriculum and programs across schools. Implemented a K-8 visual and performing arts program that contributed to a significant increase in the number of students taking music courses at BIS, and implemented full-day instruction for K-2 students. The board prioritized a whole child approach. They piloted and then implemented a social emotional learning curriculum, scaled up mental health services by hiring additional staff counselors and psychologists, implemented restorative justice practices, and moved away from a focus on punitive discipline. The board built a highly collaborative yet hold each other accountable culture on the board and with senior district leaders. And both Davina and Kay were relentless advocates for students. They always prioritized what was best for students, especially when making difficult decisions. So Davina served on the board for 11 years. And here are some fun facts about Davina. So during her tenure, there were 3 superintendents, 7 local measures, and she was directly involved in 4 of them, 9 fellow school board members, over 200 board meetings, and that doesn't even count all the committee meetings, thousands of conversations and phone calls and emails. The BSD enrollment went from 2,600 students to over 3,500 students. So from 2,600 students to 3,500 students. And BCE went from 850K to $2.4 million. So that's quite a jump. We communicated with both Kay and Davina and asked them what they were most proud of from their time on the board. So from Davina, she's most proud of using data to question the status quo and to do better. She's proud of rethinking our summer school program and working with Camp Galileo to offer a novel summer school program and measured the impact on student achievement and satisfaction. So not only was it successful in improving achievement over time and won praise from participating students and their families, it provided access to high quality summer camp opportunities that students would not have had otherwise. She's also proud of providing direct leadership for passing 4 local measures, resulting in $2.1 million. In additional annual funding and $56 million for facilities construction and improvements. And Davina would like to say thank you to Burlingame for that. Kay's proud that during her tenure, the board worked collaboratively to provide a focus on equity and inclusion, a mental health presentation at the California School Board Association, and a policy on mental health. The board passed parcel taxes and bonds, and there were site improvements and new construction. Hoover was opened, a new superintendent was hired, and the board worked well together for all the kids in our district. And so now I'm sure there are others who would also like to speak about Kay and Davina. So Kirsten, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have a couple of public speakers. First up will be Ashley Koski, and then next will be Emily Beach. And then if you'd like, President Kendall, we can have Davina and Kay say a few words.
Yes, that is great. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Ashley Koski, and my brother Andrew Koski is on the call here as well to congratulate our mom, Kay, on her exceptional volunteer service. And so as someone who's gone through Burlingame's public elementary, middle, and high schools, I've benefited firsthand from all the wonderful work that parents like Davina and my mom, Kay, have done and continue to do to support the community. And so thank you, Mom and Davina, for all the wonderful work you do to truly enrich the school experience of so many kids' lives.
Thank you, Ashley.
Next up is Emily Beach.
All right. You'd think I'd learn how to work Zoom by now, but you know, we got it. Good evening, everybody. And thank you, President Kendall and the Honorable Board of Trustees for allowing me to make a brief public comment tonight. I am just delighted to be here tonight to congratulate my two friends, Davina and Kay, for this most really highest honor that Burlingame School District can give, the H.J. Burns Award. Can't think of two more deserving people in the school district to earn this award this year. So congratulations. I've seen you in action over many, many years. I'm so glad President Kendall went ahead and listed the many accomplishments that together you achieved and the team achieved at BSD during all those combined 18 years. It's really amazing. I won't reiterate them, but I saw them firsthand. I had a front row seat. You know, it's just a tremendous amount of work being a local elected official and a school district trustee. Thank you for the time, the energy, the careful deliberation you put into all your decisions. I think it may have been even harder to be a COVID-19 school trustee than a COVID-19 mayor, and that is saying something. So really hats off to all of you. So happy to see you get this award tonight, and thank you, perhaps most importantly, for the kindness and the grace and always having the best interests of the students and the school district at heart with all the decisions you made over the years. So enjoy this evening, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Next up, let's go ahead and unmute Kay first. Kay, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
There
Yes.
she is.
Oh, hi, everyone. Hello. It's so good to see your faces there. I am so excited to be here tonight. First, I want to thank Emily for coming on and speaking. Thank you, Emily. I really appreciate that. And also Ashley and Andrew for coming here, and some other friends that are out there. I see the text, so they're kind of cute right now. I want to just briefly say thank you for everything that our district has done. I want to congratulate Davina for being honored also with me. It seems like we're a little bit of a team here. We've worked on a lot of the parcel tax and bonds and you know, measures and just a lot of things in our district. I am, of course, honored to receive this award, and having been here in the community for 28 years, but in this school district about 17, I just feel like I'm such a part of this community. I love our community, and I am just always amazed at all the work that people put in for our children here. It's really special, and I think that we have to continue, as a lot of the trustees said tonight, continue to know that we're here for the kids, we're here for our community, for the whole district, and we just want to make things right. So I will continue to support our district going forward, because I think I think our district is very special. I really enjoyed my time working with 2 superintendents, both of whom are amazing. Chris, I just know that you came on board with a bang during COVID and have just made such wonderful changes in our district. And of course, Maggie in the past, just incredible also. And our past and present trustees, I've loved working with all of you and making some wonderful changes in our district, and just really made our district special, along with the staff, the teachers, just everyone that's out there. So just to end that, what makes Burlingame special? I think it's our engagement, and I think it's that we respect each other. And I hope that that continues, because that really is what makes Burlingame special. Thank you again for this honor. I am just thrilled to receive it and join all those others that came before me and will come in the future, who care a lot about our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kay. And I think Davina is going to get unmuted.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. I'm also very honored to receive this award. And Kay, congratulations to you. Kay spoke to how closely she and I have worked together on so many things. And there's so many people on this call and not on this call with whom I've partnered over 11 years, longer actually, because like Kay, I was a parent well before I was a school board member. Have 3 kids who've come through this district, and my youngest 2, who are twins, just graduated high school. So boy, what a strong foundation they got coming through Burlingame Elementary School, which is what we're all working towards. So I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure, really a highlight of when I look back at the things I've done in my life. I've made so many good friends in the work that we've done, and had such incredible impact in collaborating with so many people who had an interest in improving what was going on in the school district and delivering for our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Davina.
And next will be Superintendent Mount Benitez to say a few words.
Yeah, I just appreciate the 2 of you not only being honored, but we continue to keep dragging you back. So thank you for sitting through. I know it's already a long evening, and giving again of your time as trustees, as parents, as volunteers. You've always been there for the district, and it's still felt and still very much appreciated. Even though I know you've officially left, the support is continued, and we all very much appreciate it. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn by saying that. We just can't imagine. You're not here sometimes, but the recognition is the very least deserved for all the service that you've provided the district. And thanks, Emily, also always there to help us recognize and celebrate. And we recognize that, Emily. So thank you so much in helping us celebrate Kay and Davina tonight. And I look forward to seeing you both soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would just like to add that Davina and Kay, thank you so much for all of your time here. My first meeting when I went to closed session, Kay, you gave me a big hug, and the first thing you said to me is, in Burlingame we hug. And that's always been really true. The importance of social emotional learning with both of you has been amazing, and your work with equity and belief of all students receiving the best education and a year's worth of growth has really set precedence for who we've been. So I very much appreciate both of you and the work you've done for Burlingame, and that we continue to do on behalf of our students.
Thank you very much, Marla.
All right. So I think we're going to move on to the next item. And thank you so much.
Guys.
Thank
Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Okay. We've had some good recognition tonight. So now we're going to move on to our education section, 19, with our JEDI update. Ms. Marla Silversmith.
We're tongue twisted. Okay.
I know. I don't know.
I have to say what an honor writing this presentation was, and I'll go through it quickly for people to read. What we did is we took the things that we had worked on during this year. As you know, this was the first kind of full year of JEDIs, and we listed out all the creative aspects that we did. And this is only part of them. It's still a building process, but we're going to start logging a lot of the work that we did. Everything from monthly meetings and opening dialogues, working on anti-racism, working with the city of Burlingame. Another shout out to Emily Beach for Burlingame United Against Hate. Different JEDI topics, staff meetings. We looked at district statements. Allison Bell from HR came in and said, this is something I want to work on. How can we help word this? It was just became this great support group to push conversation and have really intelligent and honest work being done. We started the group, the FAFSA group, which is the Families of African American Student Organization. We held our first AAPI night. We continued with Latinx family nights. We're working on an LGBTQIA+ family night. We reviewed board resolutions and documents. We had the honor of doing the district land acknowledgement, and we were the first ones in San Mateo County to do that. Everybody participated in curriculum adoptions with a really strong lens that you'll hear about. We created student and staff data to talk about. We celebrated our child nutrition services, who did amazing with making sure that people were fed this year. HR presented on students versus staff demographics and many other things. We did professional learning on implicit bias for all staff. We did a principals leadership team meeting with the Literacy Institute. We did, and tonight you'll also be seeing an equity in staffing. So as we continue to do our work going forward, this list will build, but we wanted to celebrate and reflect on in a year what really came true from our group. So there's a lot of JEDIs out there, either actually attending or even JEDI allies that have reached out to us, and we will continue doing book shares and hard conversations and great conversations going forward.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for your hard work on this as well. This has been a really impressive component of our district over the past year. And I'm glad that the board members were also able to attend those JEDI meetings, and we took turns going to them. So yeah, great work to everyone involved in the JEDI program. Does anyone have any comments? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And I believe that you are up next again, Assistant Superintendent Silversmith, with the approval of the ELA, ELD, and History Social Science instructional materials.
Thank you. Good evening. Although this is under me, I'm introducing Director Bruce Duncan for his last board meeting to do his last two agenda items. So Director Duncan.
Great. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Silversmith. And good evening, President Kendall, members of the board. Happy to be here tonight to review what we've done in our process to evaluate and recommend instructional materials. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and you should be seeing the slide deck here. Marla, are we good on that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so this whole process, it is about curriculum. It is about the materials needed to provide high quality learning experiences. So it is exactly evaluating, selecting, and recommending, and then pending the board's approval, adoption and implementation of updated materials. The instructional materials process is largely driven by the Department of Education and the State Board of Education. Anyone who is interested can go to the CDE website and dive in on this page and get a whole introduction of how the state guides and manages the process of updating standards periodically, developing new frameworks that give implications for teaching and learning based on the updated standards, and then how they consider and adopt and approve new materials that districts can then adopt. So there's lots of information there. I want to point out that the state has a really a recurring rhythm for how this happens. You can kind of see this in this document going back to 2017. As Superintendent Mount Benitez mentioned, Burlingame got a little bit off rhythm in terms of following this cycle. And so we've been working diligently to catch up with that. And so you can see in this overlay that in this past year, 2020, 2021, we actually conducted the ELA, ELD, and the History Social Science adoption. And we actually started that in 2019-20 before the pandemic kind of threw us a wrench. But I'm pleased to announce that even with the challenges wrought by the pandemic, we were able to complete these two processes this year. And as was also mentioned, in 2021-2022, the district will be tackling adoptions in both mathematics and in science. This next slide kind of conveys, this is an updated version from the state. So if you're interested, you can see how in the core content areas, academic areas, as well as some of the complementary ones like health education, you can see the whole timeline for when frameworks are adopted, instructional materials are adopted and approved by the state as well. This is all available on the CDE website. To recap, it's very important to have broad stakeholder participation and involvement in these processes. And I'm pleased to be able to share that we did so with History, Social Science, and ELA, ELD. We had principal and education leader representation across elementary and middle school. Our Director of Special Education, Dr. Joelle Spencer, participated throughout the process. We had at the elementary level, 9 teachers and specialists on history, social science, and 14 on the ELA, ELD committee. So we had representation across all our school sites and at the elementary level across primary and upper grade levels. The way it played out, tackling these two subjects, because we have an integrated humanities program at BIS, we actually pivoted and involved the whole humanities department along with Assistant Principal Brooke Darmanin and Principal Pam Scott in the process. So that was great. There was such extensive involvement and participation with that team. And I think it really contributed to a very thoughtful process and a great result. We had parent representation as well, with parents who had students both in elementary and middle school across both committees. And we also had board member representation across those as well. So that was the participation. Questions have been asked about, well, how do you run this kind of a process? And you run it thoughtfully. And fortunately, in the 2 academic content areas that we were working on, we had the benefit of being able to utilize these adoption toolkits that you're seeing. These were developed by the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, or CSESA. And these were published a few years ago, kind of following on the whole transition to Common Core, the new Common Core aligned materials that the state approved. And it provided a whole template and set of scaffolds and supports for how to run an adoption. So we actually followed these as a playbook. And there are similar toolkits available for science and math that I'm sure will be put into play next year as well. So we've definitely benefited from following the process here that was laid out by this group. I want to highlight one other thing before we get to the actual recommendations for adoption. The state, as part of their adoption process, conducts a thorough social content review. And this aligns with, I know, what is a core value in our Burlingame community, just the very strong importance of the fair and equitable representation of the diverse groups in our world, of different diverse ethnic and cultural groups. And so it's important to know that the state runs their social content review process. And when we were running our process as well, we were very thoughtful as members of the committee in evaluating these curricula and instructional materials for evidence of bias, for misrepresentation of groups, or anything else that would be problematic, following guidelines in the social content review process and in Senate Bill 48, or the FAIR Act. So that was very important to us, and I commend the committee members for being very thoughtful and doing a great job to ensure that the materials we selected aligned with the aspirations of these processes. Okay, so Curtis Smith, who's helping to facilitate this meeting, is going to be bringing on different teachers who are going to speak through the next 4 slides as we review the elementary selections and just give a little bit of context for their participation in the process and the rationale for why we selected these. Before we do that, just to give one last little bit of context, people ask, well, how do you narrow down what to select? The state does some of that because we start with the materials that are on the state's list of approved publisher curricula and materials. So we start with a focused list already that the state provides. And then drawing from the expertise of what we've learned from other districts, from our consultant, our coordinator consultant from the San Mateo County office, who's been very involved in this process, and from some independent nonprofit trusted organizations who do independent audits and review of instructional materials, we were able to make a first pass down to a more manageable set of options to evaluate. And then going through that process, we continued to narrow it with our own evaluation using those tools in the toolkits I mentioned. And that led us to getting down to 2 contenders and then doing final evaluation to surface our 1 contender and our recommendation tonight. So it very much was kind of like making jam, a whole bunch of berries and just simmering down till you get that great final result. Okay, so here we go. We'll start with the elementary level. And for English language arts and English language development, we are recommending the district and the board approve and the district adopt Benchmark with its Advance and Adelante program. And to speak to our rationale and our selection for this, we'll start first with Principal Matt Paveo from Roosevelt, and then with RTI specialist Sarita Fordham Aguilar. Matt?
Hello, great job, Bruce. So when we looked at the benchmark materials, we did it first as a whole staff, and schools did it as with their staffs. At Roosevelt, we did it looking at their online presence, and then we're able to actually get the materials in our hands and look through them. What impressed us most with the benchmark materials was that their phonics program, both the print and digital tools that they provided, the built-in differentiation throughout the grade levels, it really lends itself to small group instruction. Again, the online platforms, the ebooks, the online assessments that we saw, it had integrated social emotional development, which was very important to us, and a lot of research and inquiry projects. Basically, what we really enjoyed and what I would say most about this program is that it has a ton of great resources, great ELL instructional materials, and mostly what we want to do is give good ingredients to our teachers who will then take it from there. And this provided fantastic ingredients for our teachers to take and make wonderful things out of. There will be a robust PD professional development moving forward that we're looking forward to. So I really like the commitment to this program.
Thank you, Matt. And Sarita?
Yes, hi, I'm Sarita Fordham Aguilar, RTI specialist at Washington. I'm representing an RTI perspective, and to just go with Mr. Paveo said, the phonics program was very strong. And along with that, the ebooks, I really liked how Benchmark has the books for all grade levels. Some of the programs that we looked at only gave levels for certain grade levels, but with Benchmark, they offer grade level access to all books, which is very important when we look at our classrooms and how we have a diverse group of children, diverse group of needs with their reading and their needs with developing their reading abilities. The other 3 other points are that we really liked how there are 10 topics within Benchmark that follow each grade level. They're the same topic anywhere from life science to themes across cultures to economics to physical science. And that way a child will learn some of the same information each year, and they can dive deeper into these topics, which will really benefit with our split classes. If we have classrooms that have shared buddies, if a child maybe will move from one school to another in the district, they will have that continuity. The other point is that they're the dual language, the Adelante program. It had authentic translations, and they said how 85% of California that has a dual immersion program uses Benchmark and came highly regarded. And then lastly, I think Bruce and I both felt that this program really offered a lot of support. They were willing to meet with us on Zoom as we met with different groups to go over their program, to really delve into what kind of program they have, because it's very difficult just looking at all these books and just looking online. But the resources that they had for professional development, They offered to meet with us as often as we wanted. They would send out Zoom links if we had any questions. One time I asked some questions, they got back to me within a day and then provided follow-up when we did have a Zoom meeting. And then I did ask, will you follow up and help us throughout the years as we have this program? And they were very adamant that they will be there for us. So I think all of those things together hopefully will guide us through the next few years with English language development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarita, and thank you, Principal Paveo, for that as well. Moving on to history social science at the elementary level, we are recommending that the board adopt and the district implement Impact or Impacto from McGraw-Hill, their social studies curriculum. And to speak to our selection of this, we have Principal Laura Afshar and teacher Jamie Metz.
Thank you, Bruce. So coming at this from my longtime humanities background and history teacher lens, it was exciting to see what Impact had to offer. We had multiple sessions, and Gwen Lee, coordinator of curriculum and instruction at County Office of Ed, was wonderfully supportive in reviewing our frameworks. What we noticed was that Impact would mesh well with either of the ELA adoption choices, so we know it will work well with our benchmark program. We particularly appreciated this approach of inquiry through inquiry projects and journals. Each unit opens up with essential questions, which has been a long time practice in our district. And again, we really wanted to find a program that would mesh with a lot of our current practices, beginning units with primary resources, looking at things with a historical thinking framework. And there was also a real highlight was the Impact News feature of pulling in Impact News articles that were positive as well. And then lastly, we really liked how Impact integrated with Google Classroom and really allowed teachers to add to their own resource or add their own resources. We have some really, I think a lot on this on our adoption committee were our JEDI team members who are just really love history, really committed to history, and have taken some deep dives. So this idea of being able to mesh with the things that we're passionate about and pull it all together with one program that meshes well with our ELA adoption was really exciting and helped Impact stand out for our teams. And I'm going to pass on to Jamie now.
Thank you, Laura. So I love history and teaching social studies, and I knew which curriculum I liked, but I didn't necessarily know what the children were like. So thanks to Mrs. Lawrence and Ms. Rutherford and Ms. Kobayashi and Ms. Woldheis, they allowed me to basically roll out 2 different comparisons for the kids. We told them what their objective was, and we asked them in several different lessons to compare My World versus Impact. And the kids took it seriously. They took a lot of pride in knowing that their say was going to be used for consideration for the curriculum adoption. And at the end of the day, Impact was the one that won. For the 4th graders, 79% recommended that we purchase Impact, and 74% of the 5th graders did. So, and then they, you know, in terms of what held their interest, 77% of 4th graders preferred Impact, and 74% of the 5th graders. So at the end of the day, really Impact was what the students wanted. And I felt that it was really important for them to have a voice in what they were going to be reading and their siblings were going to be reading in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jamie. And thank you, Principal Afshar. Moving on to the middle school, going back to ELA, ELD, we are recommending the board approve and the district implement McGraw-Hill's Study Sync. And to speak to this tonight, we have a humanities teacher, a BIS teacher, Amelia Ramos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So hello, everyone. I am Amelia Ramos. I teach at BIS. I teach humanities support to EL learners, and I also teach 8th grade humanities in the co-taught class. After reviewing all options as a humanities department, we believe that McGraw-Hill Study Sync resources will best help us to elevate our current integrated thematic curriculum. We wanted an adoption that would allow for us to take all the best that we currently offer and integrate more targeted, formative, and summative assessments, as well as differentiated resources to help both at promise and accelerated learners. StudySync provides rigorous standards-based lessons to develop student skills in reading, writing, research, and speaking with a lens on equity. Diverse voices are represented in each lesson and supplementary texts, which is one of my personal favorites. The program provides diverse ELD resources and scaffolding to help all learners. Audio and written translations are built in, which will be useful for non-native speakers and families. All audio uses real recorded voices so that students can hear authentic, high-quality readings. The instructional path is intuitive and clear for both veteran and new teachers. Throughout the program, assessments are embedded to ensure that students are making progress towards standards mastery and provides resources for reteaching when students are struggling with specific skills.
Great. Thank you so much, Amelia, for sharing that. And then finally, also the middle school, and going back to history, social science, you'll notice that we are also recommending the board approve and the district implement the same curriculum as at the elementary, Impact or Impacto from McGraw-Hill. And our final speaker for the adoptions item tonight is Patrick Wilson, humanities teacher and 7th grade collab lead from BIS.
Hi, as Bruce said, I'm the 7th grade lead for humanities at BIS. This adoption was actually a long process. We did it the past 2 years, which kind of stalled at the end with the pandemic last year, but I was so happy to see we were able to incorporate the entire department to make this decision. The history textbooks at BIS are a little outdated, as both Chris and Bruce mentioned earlier. I believe they were published in 2005, so they're older than our middle schoolers. And when you look at those texts, you do see things that teachers need to go in and correct and supplement and things like that. So we really wanted to make sure when we got this new textbook, we were looking for a number of things. We were looking for a textbook or a curriculum that was rigorous and accessible simultaneously so we could reach all of our learners. We wanted to make sure that it was readily usable for new teachers because when you're a new teacher, it's always great to come in and have something that you can fall back on. Not that you rely on it every day, but these are definitely readily usable curriculums. And finally, we wanted to make sure our students saw themselves in their curriculum. And so we were really looking through these textbooks, looking at what was being focused on. And we were wanting to make sure it reflected the diversity of our community. When you compare this textbook to what we have now, there are so many new and diverse units of study that they didn't have in 2005. And so they've added India, they've added Southeast Asia, they've added Korea, East Africa, parts of several North American indigenous communities and things, all over the globe, which has been really nice to see a change in our curriculum. And so we recommend it for all of those reasons.
Great, thank you very much, Patrick. So those are our 4 recommended curricula across elementary and middle school. Contingent on the board's approval, then we would segue to an implementation process. There's a whole procurement process that would occur, and the sequence is kind of described over here in these bullet points. And then as one of our educators mentioned, there is strong support for professional learning, and we've already reserved dates and tentatively begun to line up professional learning opportunities for the implementation and to begin to use these new curricula and materials as well. There would be a back to school immersive professional learning effort, and then ongoing learning throughout the year through grade level meetings, professional learning communities, and possibly other opportunities. So based on all of that, this is just kind of a high level view of the program costs and funding sources. I know that Heather Park will be addressing these later in the evening tonight. So in the table across the grade ranges and the academic content areas, you're looking at these costs with a total price tag of 1.46 million there. And so we now submit our requests for approval to the Board of Trustees. Based on these committees' efforts and the recommendations, it is requested that the board approve the adoption and implementation of these elementary and middle school level selected curricula and instructional materials as listed here and as spoken to tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. This is truly impressive and so exciting to see happening. I was wondering if Kate and Lisa, if you wanted to speak since you were also part of the process?
Sure, I'll go. I just wanted to thank Bruce and all of the teachers and staff that were involved in this. It was a great process to just observe, especially because I know in the past there's been concerns of curriculum just kind of being adopted without a lot of input. And I think that even through the craziness of having to do it virtually and have meetings virtually, there was a lot of opportunity. I was really excited to hear about some of the kids even being involved in some of this, which I think is an awesome kind of testing ground to see what they think of the curriculum. So I am really happy to see this happening. I'm shocked at how old some of our some of our curriculum has been, and it's nice to finally be getting some of this updated. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I will speak to the ELA-ELD committee. It was really wonderful to see the process, how thoughtful it was. I met today when I was at Washington, I met Miss Fordham and learned that she was part of the committee. I would come to the meetings, but I didn't necessarily know who I was speaking to. And I really appreciated that we had the lens of a reading specialist, and as Matt pointed out, or as Mr. Paveo pointed out, that there was an emphasis on understanding differentiated learning and all of the different avenues that the program provided. So it was a really thoughtful process, and I was really impressed with all of the teachers' comments and feedback. And I also went to some of the middle school history and social science meetings as well. And same, I was very, it was just a really thoughtful process, and the teachers had great feedback. And similarly to Kate, I can't believe that the textbook is from 2005. That is 16 years old. So I'm glad we're moving on. Thank you for all the work you guys did. It's really exciting that we're going to have this new curriculum.
Yes, thank you. This is really so exciting. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the curriculum?
I'll make a motion to approve the curriculum. Oh, I have to say the number. Someone else can make the motion because I don't know what number we're on.
I will make the motion to approve 19.2, approval of ELA, ELD, and history, social science instructional materials.
Thanks, Kate. And do we have a second?
I will second.
Thanks, Lisa. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. The motion carries. Hooray. All right, let's move on to item 19.3, the Burlingame School District Instructional Materials Adoption Process. And this is also Mr. Duncan.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for your approval of the curriculum and the instructional materials we recommended. And this is just a very brief update. What you're seeing now on the screen is actually the instructional materials adoption process. You'll notice that this is updated June 2021. Assistant Superintendent Silversmith and I submitted the initial instructional materials adoption process to the board back in September 2019. And this was an effort to provide information and some framing for how the district would approach these instructional materials adoption processes over time, again, as they recur. What I'm here tonight to do is just to show you one update we made and to request board approval for approving the updated process. So the key update here, the only update really, is this about the decision-making process. And it's one that we are calling consent. Oftentimes districts going through adoption processes will strive for unanimous consensus where everyone agrees, but that can also often be very difficult to reach and obtain. And in that case, you need some way to kind of break the deadlock. So we took an approach and we used it this past year, and it worked. It's a consent-based approach. So it's what we use to help select our top contender solution as the preferred curriculum, the preferred set of instructional materials. You can really say that consent is a form of consensus, but it's what it is really is agreement by all committee members to proceed, even if they have some disagreements about their evaluation rating for the different contender solutions. So this is the consent rubric. And I'd just like to highlight that when you're at levels 3, 4, or 5, you are granting consent to move forward with something. Obviously, level 5 would be the highest level of unreserved recommendation. We love this program. We fully support going with it. And then working from there, level 4, program satisfactory, it's strong, it's solid, and yes, we consent too. Level 3 gets to where, we have some reservations. We would still be okay going with this, but we do have some reservations. And once you cross down to levels 2 and 1, their consent is not being given here. So the reservations become so strong at level 2 that consent cannot be given. And 1 is like, this program just is not acceptable. What happened here in history social science this year is that both contender solutions were consented to. So whether we had gone with McGraw-Hill's Impact, as has now been approved, or the other contender, which was My World from the Savas Publishing Company, both of those had essentially cleared the bar. It's just that Impact, as you heard described in the previous segment, had such a stronger recommendation that it outperformed Savas, and that's why we recommended it. When it came to English language arts, English language development, consent was given to benchmark at varying levels, 3, 4, and 5 across the district, but consent was not fully given to the other top contender solution. There were enough reservations about the other contender in ELA ELD at the elementary level that it did not pass the test, and so benchmark was the clear winner in that approach too. So this essentially this explains that if multiple contenders pass and are consented to, the solution with the highest level rating will be selected. This also helps avoid that deadlock and the need for a tiebreaker, a secondary decision-making process where you'd have to escalate to an executive committee comprised of district and site leadership and some selected committee members to make a final decision there. So that is the key update we've made. I'd like to say that I do believe this will be an ongoing opportunity to continue to iterate and evolve our processes as we learn from going through these cycles year after year and in subsequent cycles. So I would expect that this will be further refined over time. It's good. We've made it a little bit better, and I think that'll continue to improve over time. So the request tonight is that the board approve this updated textbook adoption process for the district, and that we then will operate from this next year when we dive into our evaluation and recommendations for science and math.
Thank you, Bruce. And thank you for all you've done. It's pretty appropriate that as the Director of Innovation, you speak about iteration on the design process right up to the last minute.
Great. Yep.
Do we have any comments on this, or are we ready to go to a motion? Okay, would someone like to make a motion to approve the instructional materials adoption process?
I'll make a motion to approve 19.3 Burlingame School District instructional materials adoption process.
Thank you, Florence. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thanks, Deepak. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Great.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Okay, let's move on to item 19.4, the LCAP public hearing. And this is again, Assistant Superintendent Silversmith.
President Kendall, I believe you have to open the hearing.
I would like to open the Local Control Accountability Plan public hearing. Do we
Are there
have
any
comments?
on-
Kirsten, do we have any comments?
No, there were no public comments on this.
All right. So then do we close the public hearing?
Yes, you close the public hearing and return to the regular meeting.
We will now close the LCAP public hearing and return to the public, our regularly scheduled meeting. So I believe Assistant Superintendent is you?
Yes. So we are bringing forward tonight our annual update, which reviews our update from 1920 and 2021. And then it also has our updated LCAP going from 2021 through 2024, along with our budget overview for parents. Those items are coming forward tonight as a first read, and we will be updating them and then having a second read next week for approval on the 15th.
All right, do we have any comments or questions on the LCAP? No. I'd like to say it was so good to hear from the middle school students in Thought Exchange. I thought that was a really wonderful component of the LCAP process.
Thank you.
Okay. So
I
I believe
just to say one thing and just encourage people to click on the link and open it and read it because it is incredibly informative and it gives great oversight into all of the exciting things that are happening and the goals that are being set for our schools. I don't feel like people always click on the link. So
yeah,
click
this is
the
a
link.
community-driven process that is by different groups in our community deciding what are our goals and how do we prioritize our funding. So it's incredibly important. Yes. All right, well, this is a public hearing and information item. I believe we move on to the next item then without, there are no more comments. So then we move on to item 19.5, the 2021-22 instructional minutes and bell schedules for the Burlingame School District.
Thank you. We are bringing forward tonight our instructional minutes and bell schedule for the 2021 school year for the 7 schools, and they are posted. Are there any questions with regards to them?
Trustee Mudge?
I had a couple. I understand that Roosevelt is on the pilot program or a pilot schedule. And I was just curious if we could hear what they love about it.
So that could be something that we can bring forward later on. They are going forward with it again this year. And our administrative team is also talking about what it could possibly look like to align schedules. So that is something that we can bring forward as a discussion item.
Okay.
If that's of interest.
Yeah. So you could bring that up at the board requested items.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, if there are no more comments, then do we have a motion to approve the instructional minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the instructional minutes and bell schedule for Burlingame School District 19.5.
Thanks, Kate. I'll second it. And all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. That's everybody. So let's move on to item 19.6. The board policy and administrative regulation 5117 interdistrict attendance, first and final read. Ms. Silversmith.
Thank you. We do bring this board policy forward yearly, and it's an important one as we talk about interdistrict attendance. There are no changes to the actual board policy itself. However, we're bringing it forward with an updated date of reading. The administrative regulation has 2 changes. The first one is removing when a student has a sibling attending the school of the receiving district to avoid splitting family attendance. And we are adding, we're removing when there is a valid interest in a particular educational program not offered in the district of residence. And we are adding when there's a native Spanish speaking student proven by district assessment wanting to join the dual immersion program. And that is to help us continue to access and have students that are Spanish speaking to get to our 50-50 desired blend of programming.
Great. Are there any comments or questions? No? Okay, so do we have a motion to approve this board policy and administrative regulation?
I'll make a motion to approve 19.6, the board policy and administrative regulation 5117 interdistrict attendance.
Thank you, Kate. In a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Florence. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, moving on to section 20, business and finance. So this is 20.1, a resolution for the designation of district standards for plants and irrigation systems. And will be that be?
Thank you, trustees. I believe actually Tim Ryan is joining us this evening and wanted to briefly speak on the topic of adopting district-wide standards for our irrigation and planting.
And there he is.
Hello. thank you for having me here tonight. I wanted to talk about the reasoning for this standard is through all of our various bond programs, this irrigation and planting has always been unfunded. It's moved to an unfunded project list. So by adding a standard that we're asking the board to do tonight, we can have a standard irrigation system which has a central location that allows us to control from the district warehouse irrigation systems on and off. It'll notify us of water leaks so that we can address water leaks immediately. This technology has existed for decades, and the district is still using battery operated, in some cases, individual irrigation, as well as setting a standard for plants and plant types, as you'll see in the attachments, that help us have lower water use and lower maintenance times. So by having this standard, we can then incorporate the standard in any project moving forward. There is in our bond a landscape project, but this can also be part of when we do the gym and when we do any other new building or any other new work on the campus. So we're asking the board for approval of this resolution tonight, setting that standard.
Thank you, Tim. Do we have any comments or questions? Well, I know this has been a long time coming and very important. It's going to be efficient and help out with our staff as they try to work across multiple sites. So would anyone like to make a motion to approve this resolution?
Sure. I'll motion to approve resolution 2020-21-25, commitment of funds to Fund 17.
And a second?
Hold on, President Kendall. That's the wrong resolution.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I apologize. 20.1.
Yes, sorry.
Resolution 2020-21-23. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thanks, Kate. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, trustees, and thanks, Mr. Ryan. It looks like there might be trouble in River City or a state fair musical going on, and I appreciate you for that. It's been a long meeting, and that I think that just made everybody smile. That's great.
I figured we could use it. Florence barely held it together. Okay, thank you.
Well, I wanted to say, what does barbershop quartetting have anything to do with irrigation? I was trying to make the connection.
I assumed you were just going to sing us the resolution.
If we can't have fun when I wake up, I love working here. I just love it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, trustees. Item 20.2 is a resolution of commitment of funds to Fund 17 for the textbook adoptions that we just reviewed. So we annually need to make sure that we are allocating enough money to provide for continuing adoptions of textbooks for the district, to follow the cycle that was illustrated this evening by Assistant Superintendent Silversmith and Mr. Duncan and his team. And so we have a resolution tonight to transfer funds at the end of this fiscal year, of course, approaching on June 30th, to make sure that we have enough money to pay for the adoptions that we just discussed, as well as the adoptions for next year. To Fund 17, which is of course your special reserve fund where you place money to commit it. It does take a vote of the board to place money into Fund 17, as well as to take that money out of Fund 17. And so we are requesting the board approve the transfer of $553,000, excuse me, from Fund 1 to Fund 17, so that we have the money set aside for the textbook adoptions.
I'll make a motion to approve 20.2 resolution 2020/21-25, commitment of funds to Fund 17 for textbook adoptions.
Thanks, Lisa. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Kate. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Thank you, trustees. And item 20.3 is our resolution for budgetary increases and transfers. And we do recommend that you approve the motion. And in accordance with Education Code 42601 and 85201, we have to make an annual transfer between unappropriated fund balance and expenditure classifications to then transfer and expend the amounts as indicated in the attached resolution.
Great. Are there any questions? No? Okay, do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
Move to approve the resolution 2020-21-22.
For budgetary increases and transfers. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
now,
trustees. And of course, the last business item of tonight is the public hearing on the budget. If you would like, I will actually be doing some presentations of some of the attachments for this evening. And then if we could open a hearing to take any comments from the community, and then close, and then any discussion from the board.
I think the only amendment would be that you give your presentation, and then we could have clarifying questions if we wish to, and then the public comment and then discussion. Okay, great.
Yeah, and there's no need to move or second this evening because it is a hearing. The budget as well as the LCAP have to be approved at a separate board meeting, which will be occurring on the 15th. So if we could start, Kirsten's going to be helping me with the presentation this evening. So we're going to start with the item, the attachment that's labeled 2021 Fiscal Retrospective. So this is just a slide that I wanted to share with everybody. I want to focus on the second slide if we can, Kirsten, because our district with our parcel taxes and BCE funding, the all funds general fund perspective is the best one to look at. So this just gives the board a retrospective of exactly what we've been going through this year. This is actually a great slide to show where we've been just in the past 12 months. And so this shows us that as of the adopted budget last year, we had a planned $3.5 million structural deficit with budget adoption last year. Of course, that was under the original governor's proposal to significantly cut educational spending, which was what we were all anticipating during budget adoption of last year. And that budget was amended so that significant defunding of public education did not occur. The legislature developed a deal at the last minute so that we didn't have that huge structural deficit, and that large structural deficit, of course, put the district on notice through the county of a lack of going concern, meaning that we were not able to meet our financial needs any longer. And so we were able to, in August, revise the budget, taking out those significant cuts from the state. And so we were able to see our more actual structural deficit in the district, which is the 1.379 million, about $1.4 million, with still looming budget situation and oversight from the county, but a significant difference in just a short period of time as things were sort of clarifying around the COVID situation. You can then see throughout the year at the first interim, second interim, and then the last column is our estimated actuals of exactly where we ended up throughout the year. So we were constantly working away at the deficit. The improvements that were shown throughout the year were largely in taking savings in unspent or unfilled positions. We stopped filling positions in the district relatively early in the year, many of them in the district office as we had movement, which of course left more work for folks to pick up, but we wanted to work on the budget the most that we could throughout the year. And the last column is our estimated actuals, or where we think as of today that we are actually going to end, our best projections of where we're going to close the fiscal year as of June 30th. You'll also notice something specifically that I wanted to point out here. There was a lot of confusion in the district about that ending fund balance line, which you can see we're projecting to be $10,539,000. The confusion is that all of the different reserves and excuse me, supports are all lumped together in a lump sum, and it was very unclear to the public and to the district what portions of our fund balance were actually spoken for already. So this is the last column. You can see that we've broken down the ending fund balance of $10,539,000 into the different components of that fund balance. So the 3% statutory reserve of $1.334 million, that is the requirement that we have to keep in our fund balance to operate by the state. That is not something that we can fall below. That is something that we have to have in on an ending fund balance. The 7% local reserve. So we changed our reserve policy from being a mathematical formula, which added with that 3% statutory reserve yielded between 10 and 12% a year. We just made it easier, and we said that it would be 7% local reserve. So 7 plus the 3, a total of 10. And so you can see what the 7% is equating to here, about 3.1 million. And our local reserve policy says, for clarity's sake, that is moved to Fund 17 so that people don't mistake it for being an uncommitted or unspoken for fund balance. And then you can see strategic foundation support. That is in the event that we have a shortfall in our foundation's annual grant notification to the district. That is entirely at this point used on salaries and benefits and professional development for our teaching staff. And so if there's a shortfall, we have to provide for it somewhere in the budget. That amount in future years will not be fully funded as we have our deficit spending, but that is where it will be located in Fund 17. And that more clearly illustrates at this point the uncommitted ending fund balance, which is about 3.5 million projected at the end of this year. So we hear a lot about large fund balances that are uncommitted, and this more clearly illustrates what the actual fund balances are. And of course, two of those, the 7% local reserve and the strategic foundation support, will be located in Fund 17 to make sure that lack of clarity doesn't continue. But it's a great retrospective of the year of all the hard work that's been going on at trying to balance the budget. We haven't been entirely successful, but we've been working hard on it, and a lot of one-time solutions. We also did eliminate 12 positions this year, which mostly we were able to vacate through attrition or retirements that we didn't need to replace, or we decided actively not to replace, which is helping out with some of that structural deficit as well. So from that slide, I would move us on to the actual budget presentation, which is the second attachment. Oops, I see that there was a revised with a typo. So it's actually the second to last, the one marked revised with a typo. So Kirsten, if you can pull that one up. So of course, the goal of a district is that we are always in a positive certification, which means that we meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 projected years. So in the case of this budget, the current year, of course, would be the budget year that we're adopting for, which is the 21-22 school year, and 2 years after that. And the budget that we are presenting this evening would achieve a positive certification. There is a brief slide on the typical timeline of the budget. It's there for public review, as well as so that folks can maybe get a greater understanding of the process. Our budgets are single year. Every year has to be adopted and reviewed constantly, which is where all those different iterations and updates come from. And of course, page 4, one of the questions that we very commonly get are, what are the assumptions that you use? in developing the budget, and school districts in California use what we call the financial projection dartboard. And you can see some of the significant changes that we've had this year have been highlighted in yellow. And then on the left-hand side, of course, are all the amounts that we get to increase, so that you can see that our adjusted base grant, depending upon the grade level, ranges anywhere between, next year is going to be between 9,300 per student up to as much as 9,800, and then some COLA factors. So we're going to be slightly over an average of $10,000 per student from the state. So that's sort of the average that we get. Now that assumes 100% attendance by a student. It's sort of proportionately allocated depending upon the number of days that a student attends, but that would be the maximum allocation that we get per those grade levels. And then different factors, planning factors on expenses. And you can see the different factors that we've been asked to adjust this year. I know that they were mentioned earlier, how some of our benefit rates and other things are going up pretty rapidly, which is also impacting our budget. Not something we control, but certainly something that goes up year after year. So the next slide that I'm going to have us take a look at is on page 6. Again, we're going to look at all funds in the general fund for a good picture of the district. And on page, whoops, one more slide, Kirsten, if you could, page 6, there we go. So you can see that the budget that we're adopting, our revenues are up. That's largely from in 21-22. You can see that that's largely because of one-time money from both the federal government and the state. So our revenues are up this coming year. However, so are our expenses, because we have to spend those monies on very specific things, such as summer program, which we're doing this year and next year, professional development. We have an additional institute in addition to our 3 days annually. So revenues are up and expenses are up. That is the COVID relief money. And again, it's restricted. We have to spend it on those categories which are listed, and actually the board adopted at one of our prior meetings. And you can see that we still have a planned structural deficit of about $823,000 next year. Not so bad for next year. If you look at the total revenues of our budget and where we've been in the past, it's a better starting place than where we've been in the past. And you can see now that the beginning and ending fund balance takes out those special reserves so that it's a little bit less confused. You can see that our statutory reserve this next year, that 3%, is about 1.3 million. And it leaves us with an uncommitted fund balance of about almost 2.8 million. The issue to look at in the future years, so we have to certify, of course, that 21-22 through 23-24 are all in positive certification, meaning that we can afford all of our anticipated expenses. Most of them are employee expenses. That's why we have to certify that we can afford them. And you can see that in 22-23, a couple of interesting things happen. First of all, our revenues are down. And that's because all that one-time money that we're getting largely goes away and has to be expended. That's also why our expenses go down. But our ongoing expenses during that time continue to increase. And so you'll see that our deficit spending that we plan for that year actually expands significantly as costs continue to go up next year and the year after, and revenues go down. The one-time money comes out, but we're also no longer going to be held harmless from attendance, which was a COVID provision as well, which means that our slowly declining attendance and enrollment, not just in our district, but in the county, hits us all in that year. So the one-time money goes away, as well as the hold harmless provisions. So our revenues are going to go down fairly significantly in that year. And our expenses from the year before are going to go down a little bit because that one-time money and what we have to spend it on stops. But our overall expenses continue to climb a bit each year. So that's when the real large deficit begins to reopen again. It's the year after this coming year. So you can see what that does to our uncommitted funding balance. Drops below $400,000 in that year. Our 3%, of course, we have to maintain that, but already our uncommitted fund balance is dropping. And that means in future years, unless we address the deficit, our uncommitted fund balance drops to zero. And so any deficit spending that we're doing, we have to take out of reserves in Fund 17 to basically fill up the bucket every year so that we still have that statutory 3% and that we have somewhat of a balanced books. So at this point, we are projected to be in positive certification through the period of time. We always put on the additional year just so people can get an idea of the trend of what our revenues, expenses, and deficit are doing at this point. Remember, this is a snapshot in time. This is with all of the current information shown in the previous assumption slide and the best projections that we have at the time. And these change throughout the year, which is why we do four budget updates every year. But at this time, this is the budget for 21-22 that we are putting forward to the board and suggesting adoption of. I did want to highlight on the final slide the other funds that the district has and the balances in them and what they're for. So everything we've been talking about prior to this slide is Fund 1, which is the major fund that the district uses. Fund 13 is restricted just to cafeteria and nutrition services. It's a pass-through, meaning that we gather money from paid lunches or free lunches that are reimbursed from the government. It all goes in there, and then that's what we pay our nutrition services contract out of. You can see that this year we're looking at ending at almost a $13,000 positive balance. That's good. Usually this is a negative balance and we have to actually pay it off at the end of every year. But because the government has been helping out more during COVID, we're going to be ending at a positive balance. Our deferred maintenance fund is for anything that's not a routine repair that's done by custodial or maintenance staff. And right now we put a little bit aside in there for some items that we know that we have to fix, some tile floors, et cetera, that are not aging as well as we'd like them to. And when we have enough money in there, we'll be getting that work done. Fund 17, which we've talked about a little bit tonight, is our special reserve. That's where our textbook money is. You can see that we're projecting next year, after the transfer we just approved, that the textbook adoption money will be fully in there. The 7% local reserve that we require will be funded, as well as the strategic foundation support for next year. So the total funds in Fund 17 right now are $7.8 million. And of course, the first large withdrawal will come out of that in the textbooks that we just approved, spending the $1.4 million on. Fund 21 is restricted, of course, just to our bond fund for construction for the district. That's where we've been doing all the work on BIS and other sites. And we have a lot of projects going on this summer. That's where all of that money comes out of. People are always curious, how do we do so much construction when we're in a financial tough time? And it's because it comes out of our bond funds, which have to be spent on that. And that's what the voters approve it for. Completely separate funding stream, and completely, and it has to be maintained as a completely separate and restricted funding stream. Capital Facilities Fund. This is always an interesting one. People are always curious, where does this come from? So all the additional fees that folks pay to the city when they're doing an expansion or a renovation or a new construction of a home, a small fraction of that over time goes to the school district, the local school district, and it accumulates in this fund in the event that we need to do some significant work to any of our classroom spaces. It's an offset in some of the permit fees that are charged. A small portion of that goes to the district, and we accumulate it in this fund, and it has to be spent on doing work on classrooms in the event that we need to maintain or do work on a classroom that was unexpected. Fund 40, we put a little bit of money aside every year to replace our artificial turf fields. The total cost for replacement is $1.7 million. You can see in the right-hand column, and so far we have about $900,000 set aside. And then there is a small foundation trust fund for the Bob Osberg Scholarship Foundation, and that provides 2 students annually a small scholarship. So those are all the other funds that the district has authority over, and that they make sure are balanced, and that they are meeting all of the statutory obligations for the district. So with that, that's the end of the presentation. And if we want to open and close the hearing and ask any questions, now is the time to do it.
Thank you. Before we open the hearing, do we have any clarifying questions? We'll have discussion after, but were there any clarifying questions prior to that?
I have one clarifying question. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. So the other district fund that we're looking at right now, these numbers, they do not, none of them, right, apply to the per pupil spending. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the per pupil spending, so monies that are put into these funds, now some of them garner, like I said, money on their own or have their own standalone funding. So none of this counts on per pupil spending until such time that it's spent. When it's spent, it's transferred to Fund 1. So for example, for special reserve, the textbooks, the money will be actually transferred to Fund 1 when the bill comes, so that we know that we have the money to pay for it. At that time, it will be counted as a per pupil expense. However, some of these never show up as a pupil expenditure. So for example, the building funds, the money for construction, that does not ever show up as a per pupil expense. Neither does, for example, the capital facilities fund. So anything that we do to a school site to maintain it or improve it, that doesn't show up as a pupil expense, but all of the other items in Fund 17 do, because they're materials and supplies.
Is that why our, you mentioned on a previous slide that our per pupil spending in, I think next year was going to be somewhere around 10,000, and this year I think it's 12,000. Is that the discrepancy in that number?
No, that's so that was not our per pupil expense. That was the revenue that we received per pupil. So you can see that we spend, you're absolutely correct. So the maximum that we get from the state is about $10,000 per pupil, assuming 100% attendance, but we spend almost $12,000 per pupil. And so you'd say, well, how is that? Well, part of that is why we're in a deficit situation. But the other thing is that we receive about 10% of our budget from local sources. That's from our Educational Foundation, BCE, as well as parcel taxes. And that local funding provides about $4.5 million, which we also spend 100% of that money every year, and it's spent on our students. And so that's how we can so significantly outspend the amount that we actually get from the state. So the state gives us about $10,000. Let's say that that we get $9,500 when attendance is accounted for per student, but then we get to spend that 4.5 million. We still spend 100% of that on top of what we get from the state on our students.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, you have a question?
Yeah, on that 10,000 that you were talking about, Chris, I thought that on that chart, it actually, the 10,000 amount was applied only to grades 9 to 12. I think that
if you go, yeah, Kirsten, can you go back up to the LCFF assumptions slide?
Is this the correct slide, Superintendent Mount Benitez?
Yes, ma'am. So you're correct, Florence. So I was sort of giving the rapid overview. So if you look at the LCF, if you look at the chart that says LCFF grade span factors for 21-22 in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see that every span actually has its own allocation amount, assuming again the 100% attendance. And so it's actually different for the different grade spans, and they do that based on what they say that the cost per child to provide for everything should be. So for example, for K through 3 for next year, you can see it's a little under $9,000 per student. 4 through 6, the actual amount that they grant goes down to $82,000. And then for 7 and 8, it goes up a little bit again. Now you can get into they have all sorts of reasons why that's the way they structured it, but you're correct that the average of 10,000 over to the far right is for high school. High schools are funded the highest. So if you look down at what these are, that's the maximum that we can get, and that includes the new COLA that we're getting and everything else. And these are adjusted every single year when we get the information from the state. So you're correct.
And Kate, did you have your hand up?
I did. Can we go to the slide? I think it's 6. Is that the one that has the budget on there? This one. I just wanted to double check. So the 21-22 budget right now for our expenses, as of now, that doesn't have any salary increases or the one-time bonus or anything included. Is that correct?
Yeah, nothing gets added to a budget either on the revenue or expense side until it's confirmed. So these revenues, we do have them in here because they, of course, are going to be approved by the state next week. At least that's what we're being told right now. But nothing until it's confirmed. So there are no additional increases in here at this time. And we would add those in if they're agreed to. So for example, we're at the impasse process. So if they're mediated and agreed to, then we would add that on top of the existing expenses. However, there are increases in salary in here, and that's the step-in column that folks have been asking about. So contractual annual increases, either for educational credits or for years of service in the district, those average increases, those annual increases to salary and raises, those we have to budget for because they're in the contract. So we've already previously agreed to them. So they are factual. So we can budget for those. Anything that's not yet agreed to, we can't budget for until it's agreed to.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I think, are there any more clarifying questions? Or are we ready? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the public hearing. So let's open up the 2021-2022 budget public hearing. Kirsten, do we have comments?
We do. First up will be Brian McManus.
Oh, Kirsten, just a second, Kirsten, could I ask you how many comments do we have?
7.
Oh, 7. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes. And I would also like to say we received 2 submissions for public comments late this evening, and they're both around the Italian at BIS. And I just wanted to let those public speakers know that those comments were heard at the beginning of the meeting under non-agenda items. So that item has passed and we can't go back to it to hear additional comments. Just wanted them to know so that they understood why they weren't called upon. Our first public speaker on the budget will be Brian McManus, and the second will be Jenny Coleman.
We can't hear you, Brian.
Alexa, turn off. Is that better?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk. As the president of the BEA for the past 5 years and a member of the negotiations team for a decade, I'd just like to add some of my perspective to the superintendent's budget report. I appreciate all the board members' comments at the beginning of the meeting. And however, it just reminded me of a sign that's in my kitchen that says, "Wishes don't do dishes." And although you are all well-intended, I totally understand that, as am I. The work by the Burlingame School District has not been done to provide adequately for the teachers. We may have a crisis, I don't know if that's true, because I've seen this same report projecting 3 years out 10 times. And every third year, there's never a budget crisis. Just like this year's report we just got. We started off the year with $3.5 million deficit projection, and we're down to $4,000 deficit projection. The money arrives. The money is there. The economy is doing well. And the state is on the rebound. And the governor has promised $20 billion over the next 5 years for public education. So we have the money will be there, and then we will not be in a deficit in 3 years. Just mark this day and check it in 3 years. There will not be a deficit for the Burlingame School District. That's the fact. And we're talking about, we have to look at the facts, and the facts is that 3-year doom never comes. Historically, every year that the BEA comes to negotiations table asking for a salary increase, there are 2 certainties. One, that the district will declare financial ruin and deficit spending within 3 years, which has never happened. 2, there is no money in the budget available for teacher raises. The district and the board's pattern of never having available funds for teachers raises is an embarrassment. I do not know why the board can't budget effectively for this expense. Recently, the board and its superintendent claimed that the teachers deserve raises, but that is their responsibility. But it is their responsibility to maintain fiscal health. Trustees, when we realize that fiscal health comes from providing and budgeting for all staff pay increases, not just district office administrators. I feel the board has no intention, never has, and never will of giving teachers pay raises, ever. If you have, why have you never budgeted or planned an offer of pay raises equal to the surrounding districts? Every percentage point we've negotiated for in raises has been a battle, and teachers are continually made to feel guilty for accepting it. This manipulation of the budget by projecting deficit spending is a complete distortion so that the board does not have to address the inadequate salaries offered to the Burlingame School District teachers. It is shameful that the board claims sympathy for the teachers, yet you have done nothing to secure an adequate funding source or to budget properly to fairly compensate and retain teachers. The board's supposed budget crisis is not the fault of the teachers. It is the fault of the board. The teachers of Burlingame, and especially the children of Burlingame, should not be made to suffer from the board's poor decision-making. If you truly wanted to give teachers raises, you would find the money, make proper adjustments, adapt your systems, just like the teachers have done in the classroom every time you've asked these past 15 months. But you are
Thank you. Next up is Jenny Coleman, and after that will be Tamara Scalesi.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Coleman, and I am a teacher at Washington School. I first want to congratulate the teachers who are retiring and thank you for your many years of dedication and tireless hours of work for the children of Burlingame. I want to comment on the $2,000 bonus money that was offered to teachers by the district and the board as part of the negotiations process. I have 2 issues with it. First, our school district was given a large sum of money by the state via Governor Newsom's incentive program to fully reopen schools. This money is not part of our district's budget. We received that money because teachers were there every day teaching students with full classes all day in person. My second point is that I find it perplexing that only teachers returning next year are being offered this money. Why? The teachers who were retiring or resigning, and there are over 20, did the job and did it extremely well with professionalism and with heart. It feels punitive, and many of my colleagues and I believe that every teacher who worked this school year should receive this well-deserved compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tamara Scalesi. After that, we had a submission by Jason Fellner. He did mention he wasn't going to be able to make it tonight, but we will double check one more time before we move on.
Hello, I thought I heard that Tamara Scalise was called. This is Jason Scalise.
Okay, Jason, I'm sorry. The name submitted was Tamara. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Just you.
Jason, are you there?
The current contract offered by the district is an insult to our teachers that have been working so incredibly hard during this pandemic. They deserve a 5% raise as requested in year 1 of the contract, and the rest can be negotiated further. Teachers have always been the overlooked heroes of our community, and this is the only opportunity we will ever have to say thank you. This pandemic will fade, and their efforts will be forgotten. We will have missed an incredible opportunity to truly reward and fairly compensate the district's teachers. Please support these teachers by offering a fair contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tamara. Next up, we'll check one moment for Jason Fellner, President Kendall. If he is not present, Denise Fabry will be next. Just one moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fellner is not present. So next will be Denise Fabry.
Hi there. My name's Denise Fabris, and I've been a teacher at in the Burlingame School District for 27 years. As a teacher, I'm always encouraging my students to be inquisitive and ask questions. You know the old saying, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Well, critical thinkers ask questions. Tonight, I'm here to encourage the board to engage in a healthy skepticism by asking questions and continuing to stay informed regarding the district's budget numbers, specifically as it pertains to revenue. I have 3 points from which to share examples. First, according to the superintendent's budget presentation, the general fund revenues for the year 21-22 are down $1 million from the previous year and continue to drop an additional $2 million in the year 22-23. I would like to encourage the board to ask why. According to the governor's May revised budget, and you can find this by Googling governor's May revised budget. I quote from this document. The May revision includes total funding of $121.7 billion. This is the highest level of funding in California's history. Per pupil funding is also at the highest levels ever, totaling $13,977 per pupil in Proposition 98 General Fund, and $21,152 per pupil when accounting for all funding resources. So I'm asking the board, ask the question, what is Burlingame School District projected to get per pupil for the next 3 years? Ask the question, why is revenue going down when the funding per pupil is going up? Second, due to excessive revenues above the state appropriations limit in the 2021 and 21-22 years, the state has an obligation to make a one-time payment to K-14 schools in addition to the Proposition 98 guarantee funding. And this is allocated based on average daily attendance. While this payment amount will not be finalized until the adoption of 23-24 budget, the state of California currently anticipates that it will total approximately $8.1 billion and will provide to schools in the year 22-23, the fiscal year. Ask the question, based on this information, why are the 22?
Thank you, Denise.
Next up is Robert Singer, and after that will be Jason Scalesi.
Hi, I'm Robert Singer, and I teach at Franklin. And I wanted to follow up or elaborate on Jenny Coleman's question about the $2,000 bonus that was offered to teachers. In the superintendent's message on May 26th, he stated that we received record money from the governor for early reopening. And in their last and best offer to the teachers included a one-time performance bonus for every teacher for having brought us back to full day of instruction. My question is this: isn't a bonus by definition given and not negotiated? Why was this included in their negotiation process, and why was this not awarded to teachers? Why isn't it in our bank accounts already? We have done everything the district has required us to do. We adapted our curriculum for distance learning lessons. Then we pivoted to return to school and teach both in class and online simultaneously, while many other professions were still working from home. We did this before being vaccinated. We risked our health and the health of our families. And finally, we were one of the first districts in the state to reopen full-time, teaching remotely and online simultaneously. And some of us doing that with 2 grade levels. We did this with professionalism and heart. We have earned this bonus. We deserve it. And let's see. Parents, what I want to say to parents too is that you trust us with the care and education of your children daily. And I ask you to trust us through this process as well. During this negotiation process, I feel that we as teachers have been devalued and misrepresented. And I ask you to trust us that we are collaborating with our attorney and with our financial advisor. And we believe that this money, this money was awarded was given by the governor, and not with the intention of balancing our budget, but of giving some COVID relief for reopening early. And the teachers were on the front lines for this, and we deserve to be rewarded for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, next up is Jason Scalesi.
Hi, thank you. Hi, thank you, Madam President, and the rest of the trustees. We had a technical issue here in our household tonight between 2 laptops. You called on me, and we called on my wife, and it came to my computer. So Tamara had the opportunity to speak. Of course, I think it's ironic because that's probably indicative of the year that all of our teachers had this past year, trying to figure out how to handle Zoom with a bunch of kindergartners through 8th graders in our case. So my name is Jason Scalise. I have 2 kids that are attending Roosevelt Elementary School. And I know that I speak for myself and my wife, Tamara, when I say that after nearly 2 decades here in Burlingame, we always knew that we lived in an incredible school district. Let's face it, it's the reason, probably the prime reason why so many families, especially those with young children, move here to Burlingame. But until our young kids, who have now both had the same incredible kindergarten teacher at Roosevelt and 2 other fantastic teachers for 1st and 2nd grade, we never realized just how blessed we were. I know it may sound corny, but we've started to see them as extended members of our family. After all, it does take a village. I'm sure there are not many parents on this phone tonight that would say that parenting is easy or that their kids are always perfectly well behaved. We're certainly no exception. With all of the challenges we face as parents, these teachers have to figure it out with 20 kids per day. They have to be subject matter experts at everything: math, science, history, art, music, and so on. And add to the fun for the past year, experts in video conferencing technology that many Silicon Valley executives still have trouble with. And then, of course, hybrid learning. Unlike us as parents, our teachers don't get to have bad days. They don't get to take a little nap when the kids get out of hand. It's the ultimate challenge of endurance and stamina. But unlike a boxing match or a marathon, they must keep on a smile while persevering through the toughest of challenges. I strongly support our teachers earning this much deserved pay raise. And if fiscal responsibility is truly the goal of our trustees, I hope they will remember that fiscal responsibility isn't simply not spending money, but prioritizing where the limited money is being spent. There isn't a single list of priorities that I can possibly imagine for parents in Burlingame that doesn't have our beloved teachers ranked number one on top of the list. Pay them what they deserve. They'll sleep a little better at night knowing they're providing for their families. They'll wake up in the morning a little bit less stressed about finances. The smiles will be even brighter when they welcome our children to school. And the rewards will be felt throughout the community, both in spirit and pride, but also in keeping our schools among the best in California. So the families will continue to do all they can to live in such an amazing city. And the closeness and the togetherness that our families and our teachers saw the other day down in Burlingame.
Thank you, Jason. Next up, sorry, President Kendall. Next up will be Star Baruto, and this will be our last public speaker. I want to thank everyone for submitting your submissions for public speaking. I also want to let you know that it's one submission per item, not multiple. Thank you.
Members of the board and superintendent, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to your community. My name is Star Baruto and my daughter is in the 7th grade at BIS. My family was also longtime members of the Washington Elementary community, raising significant funds and volunteering countless hours. As part of that community, thank you, Linda Hauer, for your amazing years of service. After a surgery, our daughter still remembers to this day you showing up at our house with balloons and homemade cards from the class. That over-the-top dedication is one of the many reasons why our teachers deserve a raise and a fair wage. My question this evening is regarding classroom teacher eliminations in the World Language Program at BIS. In the email stated May 26th from the superintendent, it was stated there were 12 positions reduced this year in the budget, mostly management and classified employees, but no classroom teachers. With that statement, my assumption is that there have been no classroom teacher positions eliminated at BIS, including within the World Language Program, which then leads me to believe that the elimination of the Italian program at BIS has in fact been replaced with the expansion of another World Language Program in the budget. And our assumption, in the absence of any other explanation or communication, is that the program has been eliminated in favor of expanding the Spanish language program. I believe you have heard from many community members this evening and over the past few weeks regarding the strength and long history of the Italian program at BIS, continue to BHS. In fact, the Italian program is one of the many factors that influenced our family's decision to stay within the public school system in Burlingame. Given that, if in fact the statement that no classroom teachers have been impacted by this budget is true, I implore the board to consider making the world language position at BIS a Spanish and Italian joint appointment to allow for the continuation of this wonderful program, while also expanding the Spanish program if that is the board desire. In fact, as reference, I believe the current wonderful teacher at BIS is leaving for a joint language position. And while her spirit will be hard to replace, it is clear this is not an unusual request. Please consider hiring a dual language teacher for the World Language Program budget allocation at BIS. If the position has been eliminated, contrary to the May 26th email, I would ask the board to consider instead using the public funds currently allocated for a political consultant, $39,000, and pollster, $30,000, for a teaching position. Those $70,000 in public funds currently being used could easily be raised as part of any future campaigns the district plans to undertake, rather than pulling from the already strained budget for crucial classroom teachers. Thank you again for considering this important program in the hiring recommendations and budget process, and thank you teachers for all of your hard work this year.
Thank you, Star.
President Kendall, that was the last public comment.
Thank you, Kirsten. All right, so this brings us to the board discussion period. So I think that we can go in order if we would like to make comments or ask questions. So could start with
Elizabeth, you have to close the public hearing first.
Oh, thank you, Florence. Yes, that is correct. Okay, so the public hearing is now closed. Thank you. So Florence, do you have questions or comments that you would like to direct or bring up?
No.
Okay. Kate?
I do. I have a lot of questions. The one thing I will say too is just to make sure that it's put out there that a lot of these questions, I know a lot of people had said we need to ask questions, we need to get involved, but I want to make sure that everybody also realizes that we've been asking questions all along through this whole process. I have about 15 pages of questions that we've been sending to Superintendent Mount Benitez over the last week to prepare for the conversations. So the first question I have is, can you clarify just specifically on the position eliminations? We talked about 12 positions being eliminated, but not affecting classroom teachers. Chris, if you can just kind of explain, clarify what you meant when you said that in the meeting.
So the goal of the board when we talked about balancing the budget and eliminating positions was that we actually eliminated disproportionately from our classified management ranks, the majority of the positions, including the only positions that were being laid off, meaning that when the position was eliminated, that they were occupied, was from those ranks. What we did in the teaching ranks is we tried to eliminate positions that would not be occupied. And so the elimination of positions was targeted on those folks that were resigning or leaving for different reasons, which would leave unoccupied positions, resulting in no teacher layoffs, which the board was successful with. There were no layoffs in the certificated ranks.
And there was an incentive offered for teachers to give us the heads up early, right?
Yeah, so there is no requirement of notice in public employment for leaving for whatever reason. It could be for retirement, resignation, etc. So the only way that we can find out in a timely enough manner to help us financially is to offer an incentive for both classified and certificated employees to let us know as early as possible, so that we knew which things we could move around, so that we could avoid this past year having any layoff scenario. So the magic date for certificated employees is, of course, March 15th. We have to eliminate positions, including occupied positions, which would result in a layoff by that date. That's the law in California. And so our incentive was that folks let us know, and we paid a bonus amount to any employee that let us know that they planned on leaving or separating. Again, it doesn't have to be retirement, could be for any reason, by the end of January, so that we could see if there were any positions that were being vacated by folks that we didn't have to have back, so that we could avoid laying people off.
Okay. And then the question came up, and I know we asked this a little bit. Can you just clarify again the significant drop off in revenue? I know that there was the drop off because of the one-time fund, but what's the other driving factor behind the revenue dropping off next year? After next year.
No, you're asking two good questions. So revenues are down slightly next year, even though we do have record revenues coming in, and that's because the one-time funds that we're getting are split between two fiscal years, the current one and the one that we're looking to adopt right now. But they were unequally split. So some of the incentive monies given by the state to reopen and to pay for the additional costs of COVID were split half and half between last year and this coming year. But we did get more last year, about $1 million more. It was actually 900 and some $1,000 more, because we were getting a lot of one-time emergency funding because of COVID pandemic. So we got a lot of supplemental funding to pay for COVID testing and to pay for additional PPE. I'm sure we all remember when those were our hot topics and how are we going to afford it. And so we did get about $900,000 more in additional one-time funding the year that we're exiting out of than we are in this coming year, which is just the incentive money for reopening And the majority of that incentive money is being provided, again, the board approved it at the last public meeting. It was called the ELOP funds. And it was specified what we could spend it on. So 10% has to be spent on extra time for classified staff in the next year and a half. Summer learning opportunities, which we've expanded, and we're actually providing as a district for the first time in a while, and meaning the district is paying for it because that was something else that we could do. And then it'll be additional hours for teacher learning, additional professional development, et cetera. So those were the things that we can spend the money on. But that's the reduction in revenue that you're asking about, is that compared to the current year to next year, it's $1 million less because the one-time money was not equally divided. And then the year after that, there's two different factors going into the 22-23 school year that account for all of that loss of revenue. It's two things. First of all, the one-time money is going away. And the other item is that we are no longer held harmless. So part of the COVID pandemic emergency funding preparation that was put into place was that because the entire state started rapidly losing enrollment and was having a hard time accounting for all of its students, the state froze our attendance and enrollment numbers to when the state of emergency was declared, which was February. And so we're still using those February of 18 months ago enrollment and attendance numbers, and we're being funded at that level. And what's happened, of course, in the interim is that everybody's lost enrollment, and that includes Burlingame. We're actually remaining stable right now. We're actually doing better than some of our neighbors, but we lost over the course of the pandemic a little over 150 students, but we haven't had that money taken away from us yet because we're being held harmless from the effects of the pandemic until that fiscal year, which is the 22-23. So those two things together are the reduction in enrollment for the 22-23 school year.
So when you say we're holding steady at this year, which is still down 150 to last year. Okay.
Yeah, I think the last time I checked last week, we were at 30, Marla, you're going to know the number off the top of your head, and I'm going to get it wrong, 3308. So we're holding steady at this year, but prior to the pandemic, we were at about 3,500. Is that still correct, Ms. Silversmith?
I believe the last one was 3370.
3370, thank you. And prior to the pandemic, we were at 35?
Correct.
So that accounts for some of the staff that has left or is retiring, not being replaced. That's about 150, so seven classrooms worth of kids approximately.
Yeah, we actually, so when you ask for people to let you know that they're leaving, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily the positions that you can give up, because we still have to provide services that might not be a classroom teacher. So we actually still have more classroom teacher FTE than we need by the math. We have some additional FTE that was actually presented in the equity index side of staffing placement. We decided, instead of laying positions off, that we would try to carry them, and then as they vacate, we won't replace them. But we didn't, again, the board was trying to avoid doing credentialed teacher layoffs. So we still have some additional classroom FTE this coming year, and we will likely be recommending to offer the incentive again. And as those classroom FTE retire or depart for other opportunities, then we wouldn't be replacing them.
Okay. I have a few other questions, but I'll hold off and I'll let I'll let everybody else ask, and then if I don't get everything answered, I'll come back.
Okay. Deepak, do you have questions you'd like to ask or comments?
I guess one question, there were some comments made, I think, by Brian McManus around how the money will be there in 3 years. It always is. That is a fact. So he said it's a fact that the money will be there in 3 years. And I guess if that's the case, Chris, my question to you is the district open to, you presented a budget today, right? that has a multi-year projection that says, according to the district's projections, the money isn't there in 3 years, right? Or even in a couple years. Brian suggested that it's a fact that actually the money will be there. So is the district open to making a proposal to the BEA that says, hey, you know, if in fact our projections are wrong and the revenue and money is there in 3 years, that money can go to teachers, but the teachers can actually get the raises that they're requesting if that money is there in contrast with what our projections are saying. So is that something that the district is open to proposing, which is, you know, if our projections are wrong and actually we really are crying wolf, and in 3 years the revenue is much higher than we expect, that we can just tie the change in revenue, we can tie teacher raises to that change in revenue.
So I can do something a little different than what you're asking. So I can't commit the district to a negotiation in a public session, and
open to it. I'm not,
neither can you as a trustee. So what I could suggest though is it a possibility, and have other districts proposed a revenue sharing agreement with their bargaining units, so that a portion of revenue is then directed in automatic raises to unit members? Yes, and it's typically mathematically proportional to the increases from the state, regardless of whether they're projected correctly or not. So the second question you're asking is, if the projections are wrong, we're required to use what are considered reliable assumptions. There's a couple of sources of them. We use SSC, which is what I would say 90 to 95% of the districts in the state of California use, because they're considered the most reliable. And so we can't really veer from those without having a good reason to veer. So for example, if somebody gave us, I don't know, committed to giving us $10 million a year for the next 100 years, then I could veer from those assumptions, but we would have to have something that's super credible. So what I heard discussed, and I've been doing this for a while, and the state has always come through with some money, but we also were living through a time of what we called the LCFF implementation. So the formula that we live on is because of the big shortfall in 2008, the big recession. That's why the formula was put into place. And so from 2009 through 2018 under Governor Jerry Brown, we were getting big increases in revenue every year to make up for the fact that we had fallen so far behind. So we always were getting a lot more revenue. Now in 2018, when Jerry left office, his final handshake with school districts was he fully implemented the formula that wasn't supposed to be fully implemented till 2020 in 2018. But his message to school districts was, don't keep expecting the big increases that you've been getting for the past 10 years. You're now fully implemented. All you're going to get is COLA. We're getting a big COLA this year because we didn't get any. I'm sorry, a big COLA next year because we didn't get any this year. But the state has stuck to its guns that we are getting COLA. And that's been the biggest source, other than these one-time monies that's coming about because of the pandemic, which certainly we can't rely on in the future as a revenue stream. That's why it's called one-time money. Does that answer enough of your question, Deepak? Or
yeah, and I guess, you know, my question is, you know, is there a possibility of some construct like that? It sounds like yes, there is. Whether it'll happen or not, we don't know. And so I guess on the sort of question / comment side of things, it would be more for, you know, the opening public comment, which is, if indeed these assertions are true, that the money is there and we have the money, etc., it would seem to me that there shouldn't be any problem for the BEA to sign up for that, because it was stated that the money will be there and it is a fact. So if that is the case, there shouldn't really be any issue with that kind of construct. The second thing is that it was suggested that the board needs to budget effectively and that we need to pursue appropriate decision-making on how to allocate the funds. And I guess, Chris, maybe you can just reiterate, but it's kind of hard for you to sort of argue why the negative is untrue. But the challenging thing about those statements is that there are no specifics in terms of like, what is the misspending that's happening? So maybe you can just remind people how much of the budget is going towards, the main categories, and sort of where the possible misspending, if there is any, could be happening. Because that there's suggested as another solution, but I struggle. I don't really understand that part.
Yeah, I think it's in terminology. The district is not now, nor has it ever engaged in misspending. We're audited annually as a public institution, and we have not had any findings in a decade. And they have to check everything as required by law, and we have to have a different auditor every 3 years. So it's a fairly stringent requirement. There's never been any misspending. Now, I think what I heard and what I agree with is that we always have to, a budget should match our priorities, and which is why when we were looking at reductions this year, even though 2/3, so part of your question is what do we spend our money on? We're at about 85% salary and benefits across our groups. We're about 2/3 certificated and 1/3 professional. And so we spend almost everything. I mean, if you can imagine, that leaves very little left for all the other stuff like utility payments. So we're at 85% salaries and benefits of all of our employees. We're a small district, but we spend, and we also spend 100% of our parcel taxes just on certificated. And next year, 100% of our foundation support also just on certificated. So it's the budget is very much, we're a human service business. So it's spent on salaries and benefits. It's spent on people, which is not bad or wrong. It's actually what education is. And that's also why when we did reductions, we're about 2/3 certificated and 1/3 professional. And that's why when we did elimination of positions, even though, we're 2/3 certificated, I took 2/3 of the eliminations out of the management and classified because we could cut less painfully there at the time. And I was very clear with the board. We decided to do incremental cuts. We didn't do the big chop. And I said it would mean more pain drawn out over more years instead of just really significant pain. And that's what we're experiencing. We will have these difficult conversations over the next 2 to 4 years, which is difficult. But we did that so that we didn't overcut or upset our ecology, but we took the majority out of management and classified. However, there's not a whole lot more that we can keep taking. So, for example, the district office, people keep talking about the district office in a small district. 1/3 of the district office positions were not filled and eliminated over the course of the past year. That means far fewer people in an already small district. I don't regret that, but that's how we did it. So that allowed the board to speak to its priority, which was maintaining the teacher positions and not doing teacher layoffs. Will you be able to do that every year and get to fiscal solvency? No, because that's just not where the majority of the expense is going to be. But we were able to do it this year, and we'll continue to try to use that guiding force of not impacting the educational side as much, because it's more of a direct impact to our children. So,
and it's getting late. So last question, I guess, to maybe help contextualize that. Are there any stats on, like, let's say the proportion of our budget that's spent on administrative versus instructional compensation relative to our surrounding districts?
Not that I have, but we could ask for something to be put together if you want to send me some thoughts of what you're looking for.
Okay.
Lisa, would you like to comment or question?
I just have mostly a clarifying question, Chris, for the community. I was just hoping that you could talk a little bit about why we consider a step and lane an increase in salary. My understanding is that on average, the increase is about 3%, 3.6% on a yearly basis. And with our last best offer of the 1%, that would make it a 4.6 increase. Can you help the community or me understand that better?
Yeah, it's actually, that's an interesting question. Sure, it's actually not 1% calculated in that way. So when we negotiate percentage increases, it's a percentage increase of every, so what you're calling step and lane, which districts call step and lane or step and column, steps are for the number of years, they're increases for years of service that are contractually predetermined for annual increases in salary or raise. And the lanes or the columns are for different educational credits. So they could be for college courses, they could just be for endorsed activities to get the number of credits. And that's where you sort of come up with those 4 different columns with different education levels and then how many years of service. And folks don't always start at step 1. So we give credit for prior years of service if you come to us with years of service. So some people, in fact, we actually start very few people at step 1. It's unusual that we have folks with no additional educational or experience. But we actually, the way it's calculated, the percentage increases are actually to each step and column. So the 1% would be to each one, we would calculate 1%. So it doesn't make a 3.6 a 4.6. It just means that the entire step and column moves up 1%. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's not. So the raise would still be probably aggregate in the years that increases are received in the step and column would still probably be 3.6. It's just that the overall amount would go up by 1%. Okay. And 1% for our district for certificated employees is about $200,000 for each 1%. And for classified employees, it's about half that. So to do 1% for the whole district is $300,000 in additional expense every year for every incremental 1%.
Okay. And then the next was just more of a comment, just that if or when we work for another parcel tax, which impacts teacher wages, I would just love to know that our teachers would join us in passing that tax and helping us knock on doors. And I think it would be deeply meaningful to have teachers with us doing the work.
Yeah, we actually, the way we spend our parcel tax currently, because of the language of the parcel taxes, is it's paid 100% in teacher salaries. It can't go to administration, it can't go to professional staff. So it's just literally incrementally divided and pays a portion of every teacher's salary in the district. And so currently we raise $2 million annually from our parcel tax. And every year that is also audited and we spend 100% of it on teachers. So if you can incrementally raise the amount that a parcel tax raises, yes, you're correct. Teachers would have a direct interest in that because it's spent on them. Now, we would have, that's a ballot, we'd have to have 60% of all property owners, not parents, all property owners in the district would have to approve. And if you wanted to do a parcel tax for salary increases, that's actually possible. San Francisco did one a few years ago. They sort of actually pioneered that idea. It is possible, it's legal, but the voters have to vote on it. And so, for example, if you want to do, let's just say a 2% increase in teacher salaries. So I just said 1% is about $200,000. So that would be $400,000. But the cost of that raise actually incrementally goes up as well year after year. So you have to build in a little bit in there so that that 2% can be protected for a period of 5 or 6 years so that it can still pay for itself. But that is a strategy that districts use. And in fact, the San Francisco example, the union actually is the one that did do the walking and convincing people to vote for it so that they could get increased raises. So that is a strategy that some districts and units go after. Now, parcel taxes aren't easy to pass because it's 66% voter approval to get an increase.
Yeah, I know that the rep said that it probably wasn't in the bandwidth of their energy at the time, but it's maybe something.
And it's been a rough year on all of us. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe it's something to reconsider.
Okay, great. I had, most of my questions were already brought up. But I was wondering if you could tell us what happens when a district receives a negative certification.
Well, we received notification, which is actually what we got this past year, saying that we have to make budgetary reductions in order to get to solvency, because we can't demonstrate that we had enough money for the current plus 2 years. We've gotten back to a positive certification, which is good. However, if we receive that notice and then we don't make changes and the county continues to see us degrade financially, they legally have to wait until we are what they call a lack of going concern. In public schools, that's what we call a bankrupt district. We call it a lack of going concern. And then the county actually supervises the district and appoints a state controller. The Board of Education is still present, but actually no longer gets to approve things for the district. It's done by a state appointed controller, which only basically does things through a budgetary lens. And the first thing, of course, they do is that they eliminate anything that's not required to try to bring the budget back into alignment. And then until they get the district back into a positive certification, that state appointed person, who has to be paid by the district, by the way, Oakland's been going through that now for about 4 years again. They actually take over the voting authority from the board. So the board still votes actually, but they get to determine, let's say the board votes yes on something and they say we can't afford it. That means that even though the board votes yes, that they get the final say. And so that's what they call county supervised budget through a state appointed administrator that actually reports to the county, not to the Board of Education.
Thanks. And then, and what is the recommended reserve level?
There isn't one. The board doesn't, the state doesn't give us a recommended level. The average for an elementary school district in the state of California this year is 23%. We are at 12.6%. If you take all of our money that's not that's in reserve, that all of our 10% plus the uncommitted fund balance and everything is 12.6%. The average for elementary districts is 23%. The only recommendation that there is for school districts is between 17 and 18%. That actually comes not from school districts or the state, because the state won't tell us a recommended amount. Now, what's that based on then? The 17 or 18% is based on having 2 months of payroll in the bank. So 2 months of our payroll is about 17%. And they suggest that as a rule of thumb, outside agencies that give recommendations to public agencies recommend 17 or 18%, because 2 months is considered the minimum to have in the event that you have an emergency and that you need to do crisis management. So that's actually one of the things when I remember when I first arrived and we had such a bad budgetary scenario from the COVID pandemic. That's why we were worried and in such bad shape, because we didn't have 2 months of payroll saved. We only had about a month and a half. So we were worried about, even if it gets worse, what happens to us. So that created some alarm. We're now back in positive certification, but our reserves are still at about 12.6.
Thanks. And Kate, did you have more questions you wanted to go back to?
I do. I know Mr. McManus had commented on a pattern of constantly feeling like we don't have enough money and then finding it. But you mentioned we received the state notification of going into negative certification. And I'm still relatively new. You're new. Maybe Marla might be able to help speak to this. But my understanding is we've not received that level of notification from the state before, that this is the first time we've ever actually been notified by the state that our budget is not in positive certification. Is that right?
The best of my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. And then I know there was some talk about the $20 billion coming from the state that Governor Newsom has been talking about. and that all being reinvested in public education. I know there's been some talk about that and some press conferences and things like that over the last couple of days. Can you just let us know kind of what, I know it's not in a projection at this point, but what that looks like and how that translates to our district?
Yeah, so that's all coming around because the state revenues are actually more than what's called the GASB limit. It's a really weird, it's called GASB 75. So when their revenues are over a certain amount, they actually have to refund that amount either back to individual taxpayers or to public education, or a combination of the two, which would then create a one-time payment to taxpayers, people that paid taxes that year, as well as to UC, K-12, CSU, any kind of public education. And so that's the money that's being discussed in the news right now. However, as was accurately stated by somebody earlier this evening, we won't know if that's true or if the money will be available until the 22-23 budget year. So that's still a ways off. So that's going to be when it would come out. We would know the amount potentially in the 21-22 fiscal year, but again, that's hypothetical. But the conversation you're seeing on the news right now is that if there is going to be one-time money given, you're starting to see the governor say that he's going to give it to high supplemental concentration districts. Those are districts, mostly our large metro districts, Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento, Los Angeles, San Diego, who have a high number of low income, foster and homeless youth, as well as ELL. Our number is right around between 12 and 13%, which means we don't qualify for those extra funds. So there's a debate going on right now. Do they give it all to the districts with the neediest children, the children that have the least success in public education, or do they equally divide it amongst all school districts? That's you're seeing the governor and our Tony Thurmond essentially saying that they want it to go to just the districts serving the neediest children. And you see some of our legislators arguing that that's not fair. It wouldn't be fair, but there is an argument being made that it is the most equitable, maybe not the most fair, but the most equitable to give the money disproportionately to the school district serving the neediest students in California. So to be determined, that's what we're sort of watching. When's that going to be hashed out? Maybe this summer, maybe in the fall. When will they actually know how much money that might be? In later next year, and then we wouldn't see any money, if any, comes to districts that don't serve large populations of those students until 22-23. So we're talking a couple years off.
Okay. And then I know there's been some questions about where we rank as far as salary per student spend and all of that. And I think some of the messages I know we've gotten from community members, there seems to be just some confusion over that. So in our per student spend, how much money or how much money we get per student, where do we rank in the county?
So the amount of funding that we get, we're second from the bottom. Okay. That's been true for a while. Okay. So there's 23 public school districts. The high school districts are at the top because they get more per pupil, but they're also, all three of our standalone high school districts are all high income basic aid districts. Okay. And then our unified school districts, South San Francisco, they have K-12, and they also have a higher incidence of those UPP students. So again, the low socioeconomic, foster youth, homeless, as well as ELL. So they get a lot more supplemental concentration funding, which really ups their per pupil allocation. We don't get any of that. We still just get the basic amount from the state, plus our $2 million from parcel taxes from the local community and the $2.5 million from BCE. So even considering our parcel taxes and the BCE, we are still the second lowest in the county. The one that's lower than us is Pacifica. The one that's next up from us is Millbrae, and they only get $40 more per student than we do. So it's not significant. So you can consider those probably pretty close to the same. But it's just, that's just the way that cookie has crumbled until there's enough money in the county that maybe we become basic aid consistently sometime in the next 5 years.
And then from a salary standpoint, though, in those same 23 districts, where do we fall in the band of that? Do you know?
I sent out the 10 that are most comparable to us. I just saw Miss Bell pop up on the screen. The HR person wants to jump in on that. It's hard to do comps. So when we send out comps, I would just warn people that we send out the lowest step and column that you could be, which most people are higher than that because most people don't come in with 0 educational credits and 0 experience. And then we send out the highest, right? And then how many steps, how many years does it take you to get there? So when I looked at it, it looked like we have one of the fewest number of years. So we get there the fastest. We aren't the lowest and we aren't the highest. So we're somewhere in the middle, which is not bad for the second lowest funded district in the county. Is it where I'd want us all to be? No, but it wasn't bad when you look at our funding compared to our neighbors. And Ms. Bell, do you have any color to sort of add to that?
Just for out of the neighboring districts, we are right smack in the middle for our salary scale.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then my last question, I promise. So
you can answer for
you know, I've been asking questions for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Specifically just around classroom sizes and things like that. So I know we have a certain size classroom we're supposed to have. My understanding is we're still under that because there's a lot of conversation around maintaining classroom sizes and things like that. So I'm just curious as far as if our expenses go up and we need to somehow reduce those expenses in some other form, and we end up going through more cuts and things like that next year. I know there's talk about different programs that we would have to cut and looking at that. How does that work as far as, do you average out classrooms? Do you increase classrooms and have them all hit that peak number? Does that make sense? You know what I'm asking?
Yes, yeah, and the answer to your question is yes. So right now we are a 23-to-1 class size ratio in TK through 3. Then we're 32-to-1 through 5th grade, and then our middle school, we don't have a class size average. We have what we call an FTE requirement, and that is that we have 42 FTE. It's a formula in the contract, and that's the number of FTE we have at BIS. And then they have to develop a schedule that, you know, assigns people and gets them all their classroom load. And so will classroom sizes, so BIS, because it's more of an FTE ratio, you wouldn't see classroom sizes be affected by that. But would we have to continue to increase classroom sizes TK through 5? Because we're going to have fewer employees at some point. Yes, that hasn't started yet because we avoided, again, doing those reductions in classroom positions this year in elementary school. But I would actually rephrase something slightly, and that is, that's not if we give raises. We already have a structural deficit. So this coming year, because we're going to have to reduce that structural deficit, not for the coming year, but the year after, before March 15th, I will be bringing more reductions to the board this next year. That's before any raises. So raises on top of that just means that the amount that we have to reduce goes up incrementally so that we can take care of whatever the deficit is. Now, I think an important question to ask here is, can a district run a planned deficit and still be okay? Like, that's the other question people really don't ask. So how much deficit spending is okay? What your goal is, so if we had a 0 deficit, you're still going to end up with a little bit of a surplus every year because there's little there's little bits and pieces that fall out of people's budgets because they don't spend 100%. Maybe out of $100, they spend 98. And at the end of the year, because we only operate on 1 year at a time, you find a little bit of a surplus there. So if I look back over the budget, the amount that we have annually that sort of comes out is anywhere between $200,000 and $500,000. Out of a $40 million budget, that's not a very large percentage, but that tells you that maybe we could be structurally planning for a $500,000 deficit on paper a year and still pretty much break even. The concern is that if you look at the year after next without any of the one-time money in there, the deficit there is a bit larger, right? And growing. So we would have to plan for every year working away at getting that deficit to a much more reasonable place. Now that's again, not including any raises. So once a raise is agreed to, then we have to redo the multi-year projection. We actually have to submit something called a form AB 1200 to the county. They have to certify that we can afford whatever we agree to. And then we have to add it in there, and then we have to reduce also what that's going to cost us out of the budget. So it's always possible to do those things, but at some point you start running out of places to be able to reduce. And I think that was the concern in my discussions with the board previously, is how far can we go before we start damaging program? And so there's got to be a balance there somewhere. Do you cut to the point where it really hurts, which means also starting to look at what programs to eliminate? Right now we're doing a year-to-year incremental to balance the budget. We knew that was going to be a bit more painful because that means we have to go through it every year. But we felt it was the right thing to do, also to accommodate for some of those changes that we're talked about, like the budget changes. So if we have a little bit more money, we don't have to cut as much.
Well, and then my bigger concern too is just looking, I know I had asked earlier today about average class sizes. And right now the 4th and 5th grade are 26 kids per class, 26.6. Us having to be at 32. Like my concern is starting to have to move kids around to fill classes and moving into different schools. Like that's something that we need to avoid. So
it would probably be less moving kids from school to school. It'll be more combination classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the majority of my questions.
Okay, well, this was an information item. So if we don't have any more comments or questions, we will move on to the next item. Is there anything more? All right. Okay, so we'll move on now to the board discussion regarding union statement on board agendas, item 21.1.
Thank you, President Kendall. So the board agendized this year 2 new items. First one at my request was a principal statement, so we could hear from some of our principals. After that, the union requested of myself and Ms. Silversmith that we asked the board to agendize a union statement, which the board said that they would try for through the end of the year and then revisit. So you're at the last regular board meeting of the year, you're revisiting it. The only suggestion I would have is that I would actually recommend you continuing it for maybe at least another year. You can certainly bring it back for discussion again, but I think it's just helpful to have different perspectives, even if our perspectives are not always congruent or harmonious. That's what perspectives can be about sometimes. And I think it's been a good practice. And then I leave it up to board discussion. It doesn't need a vote, just direction to me.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we should continue with the union statement moving forward. Yes, for the reasons you gave. It's good to have the perspective, and it was asked of. So,
I would agree.
Are there other comments?
I would agree that we should continue on.
Yep, I think it's a great addition, and it's nice to be able to hear from teachers and staff. I appreciate it, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, I agree too. I've actually really enjoyed when the teachers talk about their actual classroom experiences and something that just made them laugh that day, or a kid really impressed them and they tell the story. I really like hearing that. So I would like to continue it too.
Deepak?
All
You're
that.
muted.
Oh, what did you say?
No, I said I agree. I echo all that. Yep.
Okay, so I think you have direction there, Chris. We are in agreement. We would like to continue to hear the teacher perspective in the union statement on our board agenda.
Great. And I think all we have left is any board requested items.
I think we have one more item. We have
Allison.
Allison. She's
That's
been
why she's there.
item
I'm sorry,
22.1, equity in staffing.
It's been a long night. I apologize.
Thank you, President Kendall, for not forgetting me.
Unforgettable.
Wow, no, that means that I'm going to be hearing about this for a while.
That is correct. Yes, I'm going to share my screen because who doesn't want to look at another presentation? Okay, I'm going to talk about equity in staffing, and you're probably wondering exactly, well, what does equity in staffing mean? Well, we use equity in our staffing for our sites so that we can ensure that our students that are in need the most of support staff are getting that fulfillment. So how do we figure out, besides our classroom teachers, that support staff that we have on our school sites for our kiddos, how do we figure out where they're divided up to? So there's a couple of things that we look at so that we're better prepared. We use our prior enrollment, so our P2 that's published in February. Enrollment is considered when looking at staffing for next year, and every student is considered 1 point. And this will make more sense as we go on. We also look at ongoing enrollment. So our staffing assignments are constantly compared to ongoing enrollment, and our numbers that fluctuate go up and down. If staff resign or retire, it's kind of like a domino effect. So it's a constant game of figuring out what's needed, what's not needed. Am I overstaffed? Am I understaffed? And then the most important thing that we're doing is we have what's called our unduplicated counts. We have our students that fall within our unduplicated counts, and they're given a 0.25 in addition to their 1. So these students are our EL students, where English is the second language, our foster youth, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So I'll give you kind of a breakdown of what staff is considered this. So currently we have 7 additional classroom FTE, and that's due to our declining enrollment. And we didn't eliminate these positions for this year. So these are considered our extra classroom teachers. So to divide them up, McKinley will have 2 of them, and all of the other elementary sites are going to have 1. Our RTI specialists, we've configured out for equity staffing, and our counselors. And our site instructional aides have been known as our BCE aides. They're going to be our site instructional aides. And the great thing about this is that we're going to make all of our site instructional aides full-time. Why is that? Well, it's going to help us with better recruiting because majority of our staff want a full-time position. Why? Better money, better benefits. If they're a full-time position, then they're going to get 100% contribution towards their medical benefits. And that's a big selling point for our district. Okay, now this is where it's going to make sense. If you look on the bottom of our total, our enrollment is 3,370. Out of those 3,370 students, 657 of them are considered unduplicated. So we're going to take that 657 and multiply that by 0.25. Add that, and so we have an additional 167 some odd. It's late, I can't do math right now. So we have 3,534.24 for our equity enrollment. So now we're going to take our support staff that we have, our RTI and our counselors, and we're going to base that off of what equity staffing and how we're going to place our staff members. So if we look at our RTI, we already have 4.8 FTE in RTI right now. We have a staff member who is only a 0.8 FTE, so this works out perfectly for us. So you can see that Franklin is only estimated to have a 0.8 RTI specialist. Okay, Hoover 0.6. So these aren't full 1 positions. So these staff members are going to have to go from site to site, which I actually think is a benefit to our principals, to our staff. Our RTI specialists are amazing. And I think spreading the joy, spreading the resource is definitely a benefit to us. McKinley is going to be the only site that has the 1.2. So there will be one staff member that stays there. All of our other staff members will have to rotate besides our Washington, who is the 0.8 as well. If we go to our counselor support, you'll see BIS will have a 1.2. So there will be one counselor that will stay at BIS, and all of our other support staff counselors will be rotating as well. If you look at our instructional aides, otherwise known as our BCE aides, we're going to actually have them be as a whole. So these amounts increase, these FTEs increase. So we're going to have a 1.5 at Franklin and a 1.5 at Lincoln, and McKinley will have a 2. So it's really only going to be 1 aide that's going to rotate from Franklin to Lincoln. Other than that, all of the other current site instructional aides, their FTEs are going to increase, and then we're also going to be hiring some additional ones. This news has already gotten out. I've already gotten a ton of feedback. They're so appreciative because they're getting benefits now, as well as for next year, people that are interested in the community. So I know that was a lot of information really quickly. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thanks, Allison. Are there any questions?
I just want to say thank you for putting this together. It's really helpful to get all this information and see it all laid out like that.
You're welcome. I talked really fast. I'm sorry.
I asked, so when you're calculating those equity percentages, can we actually apply Title I money towards those kind of extra FTE percentages that we need to provide?
So what's happened with the instructional aides, let's take that into example. The reason why that FTE increased was because we had an additional funding from the ELOC grant, which based 10% of that grant has to be put towards CSEA members, which are instructional aides. So that we had a discussion with CSEA and they loved that idea. They actually took it to all of their other districts and said, this is what Burlingame's doing. We think this is amazing. You should follow this because a lot of other districts were just trying to use it for professional development using that money. Whereas we're here trying to benefit the actual employee with additional funding and benefits and so forth. We have other title, like for instance, at McKinley, we will have a Title III aid. So our Title I funds won't be going for there.
Just also for a little clarity, Trustee Wong, our Title I money is so small that we give what we do get. It goes to a little bit to summer program and then the rest to the principals of the 2 sites that have the most Title I children. It's actually not enough to pay for an FTE. All of the Title III money together will support 1 aide, which is the additional aid that we have at McKinley next year. It's just we just don't have enough students bringing in those monies.
Right, thank you. Are there other questions for Allison or comments? No? Thank you, Allison, for this presentation. This was information only, so we do not need to take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison.
So this brings us to now the board requested items. I have board requested items I can bring up, and then if anyone else does. So I have 2 things that I wanted to bring up for discussion. One is I would like to have a discussion on student participation in board interactions. I'm thinking a middle school level. But this would have to be like in a developmentally appropriate manner. I understand we do not want students sitting on a board meeting until 10:30 at night, like that would be not appropriate. But I would like to have a discussion about how we can include that student voice more in our board discussions. I am not talking well right now, but yes. So I'm proposing, would you guys like to have a discussion on a future agenda about how to include a student voice?
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, well, that sounds like 3 people, so good enough. I guess maybe Marla and Chris, you might need more direction. I don't know. Is that enough to start?
No, if we're just agendizing it for your discussion and thinking, sure. That's, I mean, that's all it takes. Like you said, 3 of you wanting it on the agenda. There you go.
Okay. And then the second thing is I would like to have a report on the district's air quality safety plan in the fall when we have COVID plus most likely wildfires. Yeah. Would anyone else like to have a report on the district's air quality safety plan for how we're going to deal with wildfires plus COVID, and considering we might, ventilation's an issue, and then we have many school sites where students traverse outdoors.
Yes.
I just wonder is that a robust enough issue to put on the agenda versus have Chris just report out?
I don't know. It might need some discussion.
It's up to you. I can certainly can be an informational item. The air quality for wildfires is actually a county plan that's already in place. They use an index that we actually decide what to do with ventilation and opening and closing schools for the day. And that's a countywide plan. The COVID obviously will also be governed by whatever the Department of Public Health tells us between now and August. But we can certainly give the current status. I know Marla and principals and I have talked about it. So we can certainly at least give the information from the county, if that's what we'd like.
Yeah, I'd like to, and then how it applies to our schools, considering that, like, especially think about at BIS where there's so much walking in between classes, where they're not just sitting in a classroom with nice ventilation. That's where I have most concern. Okay.
Anyone else?
There were 2 of us. Come on, is there a third?
Oh, sorry.
Come on.
Anyone else interested in air quality?
Well, I mean, I think you also need an objective for the conversation. So you're right. BIS doesn't have indoor hallways. What's fixed to that? Is that a productive use? There is a plan that when the index goes over 150, that students are to remain at home, and it's an emergency day. But other than that, what's the remediation that you're looking for the district to provide, I guess? Or is it just an awareness that you're looking for to say, hey, we have some schools, Lincoln, BIS, Washington to some degree, Franklin to some degree, that have both indoor and outdoor corridors. I don't know that there's a fix to that, but you just want awareness. So I guess just let us know if you want the discussion, what it is that you're looking for.
Okay, and maybe it is just a report, like Florence is saying. But right now you're saying that if it's 150, everyone stays home.
Yeah, so the county actually publishes an air
That's the
quality
county,
index that the school districts have all agreed to follow, that when it's over 150, that it's an emergency closure day.
But under 150, they're still walking around outside.
Correct.
Okay, it sounds like there is not enough interest in that, so that will be a report. Okay, does anyone else have any board requested items?
I have one, but it doesn't need to be a discussion. I just would love to hear, and I don't know what the appropriate format would be, but I would be interested to hear about Roosevelt's bell system and how the pilot's going.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I had asked about that earlier too. I'm curious of the plan forward and how it's going to impact the rest of the district.
Okay. Oh, you need a third person.
Yeah, you're saying like have Matt Paveo give a little.
Yeah, I don't need to discuss it. I just want to learn more about how it's going. And
Yeah, no,
I'm up for it.
Yeah.
Okay, you got 4.
Wow.
I love it. We're counting here as we go. Now you still do have a topic that was delayed, which was exploring teacher housing funding opportunities. and options. That's still something that we have out there in the tickler. We also have a renaming of facilities naming discussion that we said we'd postpone till the fall. So those are all outstanding board items, and it sounds like we have a list going for the coming year. So Kirsten will make sure I don't forget any of those.
Well, we're returning to normalcy.
There we go. I hope so.
Okay.
Great.
Anything else? Are we good? Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Anyone, any second?
I'll second.
Kate, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned. Good to see you all and have a good night.
Everybody have a good evening.
Night, everyone.
Goodbye.
Or good morning.